to do any project. Okay. Then we will learn how to assign the resources to task, then how to refine and format the project details. Then you will be doing a case study all by yourself. And after the case study is done, so we will learn that how to set the baseline and track the project progress. Then view and print the reports, working with multiple projects, then you will get cool tips and tricks. Okay, so let me show you the project management. So you can tell me that what is the project? So feel free to give me a wrong answer. So you can just give me what you feel, not be
okay. Answer. A project is a temporary endeavor carried out to deliver a particular service, process, or software, product or software.
Yeah, correct. So
every project is unique.
Yeah, I think that the Prince2 and PMI, they agree on the same statement. Okay, so that's good. So now a project is a temporary endeavor which is undertaken to achieve an objective. But why it is temporary? One day I asked myself a question. Then I realized that philosophically speaking, so we are also temporary, right? So we are also not permanent. So we want to see the fruits of our hard labor within our lifetimes, right? So if a client comes to you, he says that do this project for me. So it's not that you say that, okay, we will start the project and the project will be handed over to your grandkids by my grandkids. Okay, so it's not like that. So that's why we have to finish the projects as soon as possible. So it means the projects, they have a time constraint. Now, the time has got two parts. So, I'm going to give you a different perspective. So, one part is the duration and one part is the schedule. I'm sure you know that what is this. So yes. Can you tell me that what is the duration and what is the schedule?
Yes, I know. So a duration is the entire time the project is going to take. Now, the schedule is the sequence of the activities that you're going to do in the entire time.
Yeah, so not exactly, but the duration is correct, but the schedule is very simple. But let me put some letters here. I want you to guess. Okay, I want to stimulate your thought process. See, I'm going to put here some letters. Okay, just look at this letters in front of the duration and guess.
Okay, so we have minutes, hours, days, week, and month.
Yes, so duration is span of time, slice of time, piece of time. Okay, now what is the schedule? Schedule is very simple.
Okay.
So schedule is the start date and finish date of an activity. So when you add up all the activities, it creates the schedule of the project, right? Okay. Now, the duration, who creates the duration? Duration is created by you, engineer, right? Engineer gets the duration from his experience, from his expert judgment. Okay, he knows that how much time should be given to a particular task to finish, right? I say that I'm going to watch a movie for 3 hours. Did I tell you the complete information?
No, it just says the movie will be 3 hours. Start to finish is 3 hours.
I'm just saying you the span. Then you would be curious. So when? So I say that I'm going to watch a movie on the 27th evening, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. So what is that? When I say 27th, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., that is the start and finish, and that is the schedule. So schedule is created by Microsoft project and duration is created by you. Duration is your expert judgment. Now, what is an expert judgment? Expert judgment, it is an expertise to judge the right amount of time for a task. It comes from your experience. It comes from your degree. It comes from your the industrial training, your organizational training, and maybe it comes from the certain standards which you may know. Okay, so all this put together make you an expert. So the important part from where you can get the duration is your experience. That's why, the people, those who are, they recently graduated, they are given technical jobs. and all their work is planned by their seniors, like the project managers or the team leaders. They do the planning for them. And they are just hands and they are just their technical minds. They apply their technical knowledge. So when a person works in an industry for maybe 5-6 years, then he has seen the entire life cycle of a project. So he gets an idea. So when he is about to plan, so he has an idea that which activity should be given how much time, right? So is that clear?
It's very much clear. It's very, very clear.
Yeah. So, the duration is given by the engineer and the software creates the schedule for you, because scheduling is a complex thing. Many people are trying to write start date, finish date in the Excel sheet. And, they end up wasting their time because they go and learn a lot of Excel. And then they create the Gantt charts. Look, I've done a lot of programming in VBA to create this Gantt chart. So, they lose their focus. They are now more focused on the Excel rather than on the project management. So, I want your focus to be always here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, this is the means. Microsoft project is the means. We are going to use the Microsoft project according to the project management process. Okay. So, first of all, we have to understand the constraints. So, this is called a triple constraint. I'm sure you know this thing.
Yeah, I know the triple constraints. Yeah, very much.
Now, the triple constraint is that the greatest constraint is the time. Then the cost, the amount of the money is also a constraint. Now, there are two terms here. One is the price and one is the cost. So I want you to guess that what is the cost of the project and what is the price?
Okay. The cost of the project will be the entire amount of money, time, resources that is going to be used during the project.
Yeah. So, the cost is the amount of money and price is also the amount of the money. So cost is the amount of the money which is used to pay for man hours, machine hours, and materials. Okay. So it is the amount of money which is used to get the project work done. Okay. So I'm going to write it. Right? Yeah. So it is paid for man, machine, material. Then what is the price? See, the price is the value creation.
The price is the what? Value. Oh, okay.
I'll just tell you what happens. See, in the human society, in earlier days, we used to have the barter system, right? Barter means exchange. So one person is producing fruits, one person is producing, he has got a lot of cattle, he's producing milk and all that stuff. So what happens when one person is a teacher in the village? So what the people would go do, they will, so suppose one is a teacher, so he teaches some kids. So the parents of the kids will go to him and someone will give him milk, someone will give him fruits. Now what happened that after some time, he got loaded with milk and fruits beyond the quantity he can consume. So then what happened? So that then man invented the coins. So they will create the coins using the copper or some precious metal like gold. So the value was exchanged. Okay. Yeah. So what is the value of his service or the goods? So they started. Then after some time, man realized that when we are using the copper and the gold for the coins, so they're getting locked there. We have a different use for the copper and they are just carrying the numbers. So why we should use the copper and gold just for exchanging the numbers, the value index, right? So what happened after some time, man printed the paper currency. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Paper currency has got certain numbers. In India, we have got 10, 20, 50, 100, 500, 2000 printed on them. So we exchange this paper coupons. The paper itself has no value, but definitely this is a very, very legal paper because it is printed only by the government of any country. Nobody can print it because if someone else is printing it, so that is illegal and the person will be put to the jail. So we create a society in which we are doing a fair exchange of the value using certain number. So we are creating two kind of values in the human society, goods and services, right? So all the times we are exchanging goods and services. I go to the doctor, I take his advice for an ailment. So he writes on a piece of paper the medicines. So that is the service. I take that piece of paper, that is the prescription of the medicines. I go to the pharmacy and put it on the counter. The guy on the counter, he gives me certain medicine. He does not give me any advice. So I've taken the goods from him. So that's a value for me. Okay. So how do we create the value? By working upon the raw materials. Like if I buy 100-liter milk in the evening and I set it to become curd in the morning, if I sell that curd in the morning, I believe that I'm going to get more money, right?
Right.
So, that index of the value is called the price. And who is doing the price in the management? The price management is being done by the marketing guys. The marketing guys, they advertise the services of the company. Oh, we are the best. We are the best. You should come and take some help from us. You should take our services. They're trying to push up the price, but you can't push the price infinitely, right? Because competition. So when there is a competition and it creates a limitation, this limitation is called a constraint. So you work with a limited price, then you need to have some margin. So this margin is called the profit. So if the price is limited, then the cost is also limited. So within the limited cost, so who is taking care of the cost? It is the project manager who takes care of the cost. Who takes care of the price? So marketing guys, they want to keep the price up and up so that it can create more room for you to work, more room for you to use more resources, but that is not possible. So what happens if you can't push up the price? At least you can ensure that the cost is optimal.
Yes.
The cost is, so you have to use the resources carefully. You have to carefully plan the man, machine, material quantities so that you can create the value at the minimum amount of money within the minimum cost. And you should meet the acceptance criteria of the customer, which is called the quality. Quality is nothing but the acceptance criteria, because the quality, the perception is different for the different clients. So what you can do when you sign up the project, you can ask the client that what will be accepted as a quality. So what are the points? You can write that. Okay. Now we come to the third constraint. See, there are two words, requirement and scope. So I want you to guess that what is the scope and what is a requirement.
Okay, the scope is the entire, the range of the entire product or services you are meant to create it, what you are meant to produce, the objective, the entire objectives you are meant to achieve.
No, that is the product. That is the product. Outcome of a project is a product. A product is maybe a highway, a road, a software, a movie. So that is called the product. Okay, but scope is very simple. Well, let me tell you with a story. Let's say that there are four people. They go to the restaurant and they are seated. The waiter will come to them and he will ask, "Sirs, what would you like to have?" So there are four people. So they will select four food items. Food item one, food item two, food item three, food item four. So what are these four food items? They are requirement of food. Now the waiter will note this requirement of food and he will go to the back end. So what is there in the restaurant? The back end is a kitchen. So the kitchen is maintained by a role called chef. So what the chef will do, he will look at this requirement of food and he will tell the waiter, okay, 15 minutes. I'm going to take 15 minutes. The waiter will come to the guest and he will tell them, sirs, it will take 15 minutes to bring your food. So they say, okay, fine. Now what the chef will do, he will ask his team members to do various tasks. He will ask one person to cut something, bake something, fry something, blanch something, and mix some spices, So he is going to look at the requirement and he is going to delegate certain tasks to his various team members. So the scope is very simply stated, the work to be done in the project. right? Is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay, now what is the requirement? Requirement is very simple. Requirement is wish list of the client for product features and functionalities. Okay. Functionalities. So ignore the typo. Okay. Wish list of the client for the product features and functionalities. Now we need to understand what is the quality. See, quality is, so I'm going to write it here. What did I write for the quality?
User acceptance criteria noted before start of a project.
Yes. So you have to note it before the start of project. The outcome should not come as a surprise to anybody. So it should come with an predictable quality. User acceptance criteria. Sir, what should be done? So what would be your acceptance criteria? Okay, so you state an acceptance criteria of food. So similarly, you say an acceptance criteria for the product if you're the client. And not only the features will be noted, and you should also tell that what should be the performance level of the features. How long should the product last? Okay, so that is the quality which will make you accept them as good, something which is of value. So the quality has to be done within the limitation of the time. And you know, if you look at the time is exerting a pressure on the quality, the cost is exerting a pressure on the quality, and the scope is also exerting a pressure on the quality. How? See, if the time is less than required to achieve the quality, so will it have a negative or a positive impact?
Yes.
And if the amount of the money is less than which is required to do the quality work, so is it going to create a negative or a positive impact?
Yeah, it's a negative.
Similarly, if you miss certain steps, scope means the work. If you do not complete the work, you miss certain steps or certain tasks in completing the project, will it have a positive or a negative impact on the quality?
Negative.
Negative impact. So, you know, what is the right thing to do for a project manager? He should use Microsoft Project to determine if he has got sufficient quality. So you should check for the sufficiency of time, sufficiency of the amount of money, and you should know your entire task, right? So yes, you make sure that the quality turns out acceptable. But if you realize that the time is not enough and the cost is not enough, you should negotiate with the buyer or the client to give you more time, to give you more price. Because if he gives you more price, then you can have more cost to spend on the work. Okay, so if that is possible, he will give. If that is not possible, then you should negotiate in the beginning. Sir, what are the low priority features which I can reduce to fit within your limitation of time and cost? Because this is as much I can do. So you should set the quality expectation in the beginning. And once the quality expectations are set, and that should be signed off. So that document should tell that what quality you should be planning for in the beginning, because the quality is not by chance. Quality is by planning. And for planning, to create an acceptable product which is valuable, because now a simple question I'm going to ask you, would you buy something defective?
Defected?
Yeah, something.
No, I won't.
Yeah, so similarly, your client won't also accept something which is from his perception is defective. So the quality acceptance criteria should be determined, and that should be planned for the right amount of time, planned with the right amount of cost, and planned for to complete the total work to be done in the projects. Then you get the quality. Now what happens that the quality leads to value, and the value leads to the price.
Yeah.
Okay, and when you get the price, so price is the amount of the money which represents the value. So when an organization gets the price for its projects, that organization is self-sustainable. Okay, it can invest in the next project, it can hire people, it can buy new machineries, it can invest in training, it can invest in the research and development. So without the profit, no organization can run, because the right.
Yes.
So you need the profit to not only pay for the people's salary, but you need the profit for long-term sustenance of the business, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we are going to learn in the Microsoft project that where do we represent. Okay, so where do we represent the time? I mean, time has got two components, the duration and the schedule. Where do we represent the cost and where do we represent the scope, so that we can rightly determine these three things in the beginning, and we are able to create a good project plan which is successful. Now, what is the project management? It is a broadly practiced art and science. Now, there is something which is written here. Can you read this statement?
Yes. Projects fail in the beginning, not at the end.
Yeah, because the project fail in the beginning and not in the end, because at the end only the outcome is visible. But the projects can fail due to various reasons. One of the reasons could be the poor design of the product, and one of the reasons could be maybe the product design is good, but the project management is poor, project planning is poor. That's how it can also fail, right? So is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay, so why do I need this training? Because I have this thing, I want to plan the customer delivery more predictable. Where you have to be predictable in terms of time, you have to be predictable in terms of cost. The cost should not go beyond the price, and if it does, then it's a loss. I want to identify the key constraints. So key constraint means limitation of the resources, limitation of technology, limitation of materials, limitation of the machines in the beginning, so that I can deal with them. I want to be able to identify an alternative solution to a task and component well before it becomes a big blocker to the delivery. Okay. So, because I want to make sure that my project goes on flawlessly, I can predict that what can go wrong so much in advance. I want to track the progress of my project as compared to the baseline. So what is the baseline?
The baseline is the initial plan created at the beginning of the project.
Yeah. Now, not only it is the initial plan, but it is the verified plan. It is agreed. It is agreeable plan, which has been checked by all the project stakeholders to be good and acceptable to do the work. So, what does the baseline contain? Baseline contains the schedule, the agreeable schedule. It contains the agreeable resource units. It contains the agreeable resource cost, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that is why if I want a good baseline, I want to use an appropriate tool for the project scheduling and planning. That's why you need to learn the Microsoft project. So this is a graph from the PM box. So what the PMI did. So I think I need to learn some the prints also from you. So what they have done, so this is the 5 phases of the project life cycle. This is the initiation, planning. This execution. Is the execution, and this is also monitoring and control. Okay, my handwriting is not good on the computer, and this is the closing. So what they did a research about the distribution of the total cost of the project. So they found out over many thousands of the projects, regardless of the industry, that 68 to 72% of the total budget of the project is spent in the execution. Right? Now, what is the moral of the story here? If I make a mistake here, it's a small mistake. Suppose if I make a mistake in the Microsoft project, So, what will I do? Suppose if I take a printout for 20 pages of the plan, I can tear that up and throw it into the dustbin. That's not going to cost me much, right?
Yep.
And I
Yep.
spend another day to create a correct plan. Suppose I use the wrong plan and I go to the construction site and use 20 tons of the material and thousands of man hours and thousands of the machine hours and create a structure which is wrong, and then I have to pull down the structure and make it again. Don't you foresee that it's going to cost a lot of money, huge amount of money, exorbitant
Yes, of course.
amount of the money, right?
Mhm.
So, what do we do in this case? So we make sure that we plan well. That's why we need to learn the Microsoft project and use it according to the project planning. Now, here is something interesting. So, here is a situation one. In this situation one, what does the project manager says? See, don't invest too much time in the planning, plan quickly and start doing it. Now, the team does something, they compare it with the specification, they get some feedback from the client. Client says, no, this is not acceptable. So what they do? They do undo, they back. So this is how their project is going. Do, undo, redo. Do, undo, redo, do, undo, redo. And one day they complete the project and show it to the client. Client says, okay. And in the second case, the project manager says, do a comprehensive planning, make sure that every requirement of the client is properly represented in the work breakdown structure. For every requirement, there is a proper task inside the work breakdown structure. So what do? That they come up with something called the baseline. The baseline looks like this. Now they start doing the work. So when they start doing the work, the work looks like this. So this is a green line which is going very near to the baseline. And sometimes it is on the baseline, sometimes it is varying. This is called the variance. So when the variance happens, so they control it. So one fine day they show it to the client. The client says, okay, but there is certain benefit here. What is that benefit?
Savings on time, cost, and resources.
Okay, but let me ask you another question. So in this case, the company is able to do 14 projects in a year. And in this case, the first one, the company is able to do 10 projects in a year. Now tell me that which will be the more profitable company?
Number two.
Number two will be the more profitable company. So this is the benefit of creating a good baseline. So good baseline is very, very important. So baseline is the best planned values of schedule, resource units, and resource cost. So we use that for comparison and we note the variance. If the variance is going out of the way, we do a corrective action, which is called controlling. So monitoring means watching and comparing, and controlling means taking a corrective action and trying to finish the project within the planned limits of the constraint, right?
Yes.
So now, if this is clear, now we can move to the Microsoft project, right? So now you please share your screen and I will show you that what are the various interfaces and how do you configure the Microsoft project for your best usage. Okay, yeah, good. So I will request you for remote control, but I don't need it actually. Actually, you would be doing most of the time. Once in a while, I might like to correct you. Now, I want you to click on the blank project. Okay. Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to save this blank file because in the beginning, so what the Microsoft project does, it will create a file with the name project 1, project 2, project 3, like that. So I want to give it a meaningful name and I would like to save it. Okay. So you go into the file, save as, click on the file, and then you click on the browse. And you browse to the folder in the C drive. You click on the C drive, go to the work area folder.
C.
And go into the work area folder and go into the Microsoft project. Inside that, you go into the projects and you write the file name as, okay, so let me write the first one. So it will be like lesson 1 underscore scheduling with calendars. Okay. What is the most important thing where the most of the project managers, they make a mistake? They make a mistake in the scheduling, because the correct schedule gives you the correct cost of all the resources and the start and finish time. So I lay more emphasis on the scheduling. I'm not teaching you the interface. Interface you can learn, but I'm teaching you to use the interface according to the project management process. The first and most important thing for you to have a correct schedule. Okay. Now let me identify the parts of the interface for you. So first of all, what we have on the top is a quick access toolbar. This is called a quick access toolbar, which is configurable by you and for your comfort. So just give me a moment, I'll be back.
Okay.
Now I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, now this is the main menu. So do you see this option here, file, task, resource, report? So they are having the sub options below. So the sub options of the main menu is here. It is called the ribbon menu. So ribbon menu is belonging to the main menu. Earlier, we used to have a drop down menu. You know, these options would drop down. Like if I click on the task or if I click on the resource, so the menu would go downwards. Now that was a little bit difficult to use because you had to remember all the options. Okay. And
Yeah.
if you click on the main menu options, all the sub options are displayed here. Okay. Now the next part is the timeline. So what is the purpose of the timeline? See, when you create a plan, you can see your plan in bird's eye view, top level, that how the major groups of the activities will get done. So this is the timeline. So timeline view is open by default, but it is not much useful at this point of time because you don't have the data. Only when you complete the data of the project, so then you can, with a few simple clicks, so you can create the timeline, and timeline will give a very beautiful idea that how the entire project is proceeding. Okay. Now,
Okay.
on the left side, what we have is the view menu. On the view menu, so this is useful to switch from one view to another. So you do a right click here at the tip of the tip of the arrow. And you know, these are the various views. So do you see a tick mark here? So right now you're in this view. If you want to switch to the calendar view, you click on the calendar. So, you know, the entire data will be represented like a calendar. All your activities will be filled in, just like you have a big schedule calendar, appointment calendars, you know, the large formatted calendars in which there are big cells for each day and you can write, it's called a planner. Okay, so top level people, managers, they use this planner to plan their important activities for the year, or they can plan from month to month also, or you can plan for the entire year as well. So that is the purpose of the planner. So this is the sort of a planner view. Now, if you right click on the left side once again, Yeah. So just click on the resource sheet. Okay, so resource sheet is the place where you are going to list out all your resources before using them. Okay, so resource sheet, Gantt chart. So these are the few important views which are also having a direct shortcut. So this is your resource sheet. This is your Gantt chart. These two you are going to use very frequently. Do you see that? Okay, now
Okay.
yeah, just click on this.
This one?
Yeah, click this. See, you have come back to the Gantt chart view. Now you click the next one. So you are into the resource sheet. So resource sheet, Gantt chart, resource sheet, Gantt chart. You know, you're going to use that very, very frequently, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to save any changes to the data you made, so you can click on the floppy button, or what you can do, you can, with your left hand, you can press Control S. You'll find that Control and S with your left hand. So the S is very near to the control button. So you can save.
Yes.
Okay, you can save the data. Now we come to the understanding the columns. So you go back to the Gantt chart view. Okay, now this is the first column. It is called the indicator column. Indicator column, it is not for input, but rather it indicates the status of the task. So indicator column tells you about if the task is containing any note, if the task is having any date constraint, if the task is having any URL. I mean, you can even connect a web URL to it. And if you click on the URL, it will open in the browser. Okay. Okay. And if it is having any resource over allocation, so you know it indicates by the icons, symbols. Some symbols will come, and those symbols are very easy to interpret. So you can understand what's happening with the task, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now, the next column, it is called the task mode. So the task mode is actually a individual control of the task. If you want the task to be scheduled by you, you will set it to the manual mode. Okay, you just click here, it will show you a drop down. If you click on the task mode, no, here inside the cell here.
In here?
Yeah. If you click, it's
okay.
Drop down.
Okay.
There are two modes of an activity: manually scheduled and auto scheduled. But manually scheduled is very, very rare, and it is not of much value. So what is the real value is the auto scheduled. Because if we have to do manual scheduling, we can use Excel as well. In the Excel, we are doing that already. So we are using the Microsoft project. Why are we using the Microsoft project? We are using the Microsoft project so that all the tasks that we put here, so that is auto scheduled, right? So that is the real deal. Now, what is the task name? So here the task name is actually not only containing the task name, it is also containing the grouping, the work breakdown structure. So this is representing the scope of the project. And these two columns, the duration is the entry column, and start and the finish column is the calculated. And these three columns together represent time. So duration is your input, start and finish is the output, right? And not only this, the time is also impacted by the relation. Okay, so you know, so you input into the duration, and you input the relation into the predecessor, and then the output is mentioned here. So the schedule which is created is mentioned here. So these two columns, they represent the schedule.
Yes.
Okay, is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay, so you are going to work on these two columns, duration and the relation. So relation is mentioned in the predecessor column, and then the Microsoft project will create the schedule for you. automatically. So that's what we prefer. So that's why we are here. Okay, we need that to be the automatic. Now, if you look at this one, this is called the screen divider. So you can drag it left or right. If you drag it right, you can see more of the columns. If you drag it left, you can see more of the Gantt chart. So this is the Gantt chart area. So I'm sure you can drag this. Have you been using Microsoft Project before?
No, I've not, but I've seen people use it.
Okay. Have you used any software for the project management?
No.
No. Okay. Just do this thing, drag it like this, because
Okay.
this is not there in the Excel. So you do this 10 times, like
Okay.
left,
Okay.
right. So I'm sure you are using a mouse.
No, I'm using my fingers.
Oh, you are good with that. So see, I've been using computers since 1988, but I still not comfortable with the trackpad. I'm only comfortable with the mouse.
Yeah.
Okay, so I always use a mouse. I use the trackpad only when I'm traveling, so that's okay. Because I find the trackpad very much little bit cumbersome and difficult to use, and I don't find it very productive. And I don't use the wireless mouse. I use only the wired mouse, because that gives me an instant response. Okay, yeah, good. So you are good at this. I'm sure you can handle. But sometimes you need to drag small little things, so it is useful to have the mouse.
Okay, I will get that.
You have the mouse right now. Can you use it?
If I have the mouse right now.
Yeah, you have around near you?
No, I don't.
Okay, fine. So just see that if you can get it in some break time, you can borrow or buy one. So because after you start planning, you will be doing a lot of work here. Then after some time, you would realize that using the mouse is better. I think that you're used to mouse, right?
Yes, very much.
Okay, fine. So you can get that later. Okay. Okay. Now this is the screen divider, and after this, what we have, this is very important area to understand. The whole thing is called the Gantt chart. Now on the Gantt chart, there are two components. This is the time scale, and here in this area, this is called the chart area, where the activity. So let me enter an activity for you to create some sample data. So I say task 1. And I put some duration here. So once I put the duration here, it creates a line. So this thing is this thing. This is the activity, and this is called the timeline.
Timeline. Okay.
And this is the scale, so which tells you the length of the line. Right?
Yes.
We measure the line against the scale. So if you look at the scale, it has got 2 layers. Just like on a scale, you must have seen that a scale has, it starts with millimeter, centimeter, meter, right?
Yeah.
You must have seen. It is just like that. So what you have here, just right now, what you have is the days, and on the top you have the weeks. You see that? This is the start of the week. Okay.
Yes, days and yes.
The days and the weeks, because the days are subset of the week. So that is why the week is on the top. Then we can have month and week combination. Then we can have quarter and so the time scale have a combination like this. So starting with the days at the days, starting with so the time scale have something like this. There can be a combination of the year and quarter. Okay, there can be a combination of the quarter, and below the quarter we can have month. Okay, then we can have a combination of month on the top, then week. Then we can have a combination of week and the day below it. Okay, so if you want to look at a bigger scale of a project, so you will go to the top level combination. So you can change the combination of the scale to look at longer projects. So you use the scale which is appropriate. So if it gets any longer, you can move up to the month week scale. And if you still need to look at longer project, you can use the quarter month combination. If you still need to look at the longer, you can use the year and the quarter combination. So this combination is right now, it is week and day, but we can, if we need to. Okay, if we need to look at a longer project, we can move up the combination and we can squeeze the timeline and see longer periods of time.
Okay.
Right.
And how do you do that? Do you do that in editing?
Yeah, so we can do it. So we will do it in a moment. First of all, let us learn that what are the various parts in the interface. And you see this gray bars here?
Yes.
So, you know, these gray bars, the gray color represents the non-working day.
Ah.
Okay, that represents the non-working day. But, you know, there is a problem here. Sometimes these are so faint, they don't appear in the projector. So I'm sure you can see that right now, right?
I can see it, yes. The SS, the day is Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, but if you project it onto the projector screen, you might not be able to see it because the projector may not have that much of the color resolution. So what we do, so let us correct it. So what I want you to do, okay, I want you to right click here.
Yeah.
And you select this option, non-working time. Okay, you select the color as red in the drop down here. Red one, below. Standard colors here. That one.
Okay.
No, I want you to select the red one. So the red one is here. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So you click that one. Standard colors.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, correct. Now here you will select a dot pattern. From this drop down, you select the dot pattern. So to make it as subtle. Now you click on the OK.
Okay.
Okay. Now it is visible and it looks right. Because if you select very bright red, you know, it's going to dazzle.
Yes, it will be too bright.
So it needs to be visible just right. Okay, just good enough. So you can see that what are the non-work days since you just made a change. So what you can do a Control S. So use your left hand to do a Control S, right? So you
Control S.
Yeah, Control plus S. It's a short.
Okay. To save. I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you know those commands, the basic command, Control S, Control X.
Control X to cut, Control V to paste, Control Z to undo.
Yes, and Control P to print.
To print, yes.
So
let me ask. I want to try and so I don't forget how we got here. Not working.
Yeah. So,
okay,
so you go to the non-work time. Yeah, but click this again. Click this.
Yeah.
And you just 1 second. You go into the color. Go into the color palette. Okay. Now you select this one.
This one.
Yeah. This one. Second one. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now you click on the okay. Okay. So okay. So why do we choose red? Because the red means stop. Okay. So that's why. But we don't keep it so bright because so much bright would be distracting. Okay, so we don't want a distraction, but we want to know, yes, this is a non-work day. And if you make a projection onto the projector, you can still see it.
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, you can make a presentation and you can still show it. So we have done the setting. Now, what we are going to do, that we are going to set this. This is called the main switch. This is the switch. See, what is the meaning of this? See, either you want to create the task in the auto scheduled or the manually scheduled. See, when you start the software, it is manually scheduled, but manually scheduling is not useful, right? So the auto scheduling is useful. So you click here on the auto.
Also.
Yeah. So make sure that it is always auto scheduled because any activity that you create will be created in the automatic mode, not on the manual mode. If you need any manually scheduled activity, you can change it yourself. And when you are going to need the manually scheduled activity, that I will tell you. Okay. Now, what we are going to do that first of all, we are going to configure the interface. So what we are going to do, first of all, we'll switch off the timeline because we don't need the timeline right now, as we don't have any much data to represent. We need a big amount of data to represent the timeline. So we are going to switch off the timeline. So you go on to the view, click on the view, and I'm sure you can see this checkbox timeline here.
Yes. Okay.
You just uncheck this.
Brilliant.
So it keeps the timeline out of the view, and we can utilize this space and do a Control S. Control S.
Okay.
Right? Now, what we
Yes.
are going to do, we are going to configure the software. I would like you to bring the quick access toolbar here below the ribbon. Now, what is the advantage? I can add a lot more commands here. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to share my screen, and from my screen, you are going to replicate the buttons, and you can bring them down here below the ribbon menu. And because the quick access toolbar should be quickly accessible, that is the real deal. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Just a minute. Okay, now follow me. First of all, you click on the option file on the top left corner. Do you see my screen? Now, how to switch between your screen and my screen? So you can use the button like this, Windows. Do you see that? Windows tab.
Windows.
Tab.
This.
Window and the tab. Window. There is a.
Yes, I've seen it.
Yeah, window and the tab, it lets you see a lot of the softwares that you are running. So you can switch quickly.
Oh, okay.
You can quickly switch from the Zoom to your Microsoft project.
Okay.
Okay. So I want you to click on the, file.
Mhm.
Okay. So you are on the main screen of the Microsoft project.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now if you look down at the bottom, you will see options.
Yes.
Okay, so you can click on that one, click on the options. Okay, so once you click on the option, a pop-up will come up. So this is the project options. In the project options, just make sure that the general option is selected. No, sorry, not the general. Sorry. It's not the general, but quick access toolbar. You have to select the option quick access toolbar. And then you have to make sure that you check this checkbox. You select this checkbox.
Okay.
Show quick access toolbar below the ribbon. So you have to select it.
Yes.
And in the choose commands from, you have to select all commands. Do you see that?
Yes.
All commands. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to find these options on the left side, and you click on the add button. So take them on to the right side. So you'll find them in the alphabetical order. It will take some time, okay? But this is a one-time job. So you have to select this option, new file, save. See, save is there already. You don't have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Publish, undo, redo, outdent, indent, scroll. And you have to make sure that they are in this sequence. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to first you select, then you click on the add. And once you click on the add, it will move to the right side.
Okay. So which ones should I select?
See, the ones which you should select from the left side are, this is the list on the right side. You see?
Okay, so I should select them here. Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
New file. Let's go to
so you have to click on the add, and once you click on the add, they will go to the right side. Okay, make sure they're in this sequence, but you can change it later as per your convenience. So
I can't scroll down. I want to scroll on this. It can't go, it's not going down.
this one you want to scroll down, so you drag this. Do you see this?
Yeah, I'm trying to drag it. It's not moving here. See.
Okay, so let me have a look at your screen. Yeah, now you share your screen. So let me see that what's not happening. and give me the remote control. Okay, so you have to click here on the file. Okay, and on the options, you are here. And after that, you get the pop-up, that quick access toolbar. Do you see that?
Okay, yeah.
Actually, that was my screen. You have to look at my
Oh,
screen.
that was your screen. Yeah, sorry.
So you have to do this thing here. So what you need to do, once again, you see how to go to the Zoom and your screen, because you are seeing my screen on the Zoom. Right now, you are on your Microsoft project. So how?
Yeah, this is my screen. Yeah.
So you press, just do this thing. Let me tell you, you can close this browser, and you just close this thing also. Okay. Now, what you do that here, here you press
Windows tab.
Windows tab. You press here Windows tab. Do you see that? You can quickly switch between the desktop and Zoom, between your screen and my screen. Or if you find this too much complex,
but I can't see your screen now.
Yeah, no, I'm not sharing my screen right now.
Okay, okay.
Because I'm going to share my screen after I exit from your screen.
Okay.
So when you switch between my screen and your screen, so you can press Window tab or you can press Alt tab as well. Now you release this thing. Okay. Now you release. Now press Alt tab. But let me see that which is more comfortable for you. Press Alt tab. Alt plus the tab button combination. Did you see that? So you can switch between the Zoom. Okay, so only two softwares are running. Now, I'm going to share my screen. So first of all, you are going to have a look at my screen.
Okay, yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, so you're going to press the Alt tab button. So you first select this checkbox and you select all commands like this.
Commands, yeah.
And this is what you need to select from the left side to the right side.
To the right side, okay.
So how do you take it? You find the options and the option and click on the add button. Once you click on the add button, it will go to the right side.
Right side. Okay, let me try it.
Yeah.
think I'm done. I'm looking for. I'm done.
Good. So you have this the sequence. See, if the sequence is not not like this, so what you can do, you can use this buttons to push some item up and down. You see,
Oh,
this is to push up, and this is to push down.
okay.
To push up and push down. So you can do the sequencing as well.
Okay.
Just
Well,
check
I'll check now. I did not see split task and some way in my own.
Okay, fine. So you ignore that. I'll find it and I will show it to you. Okay, because split task is a very important button you need to have. So if you don't find it, so I'll come and find it. First, you put up the correct sequence.
Sequence. Okay, let me go do that. I'm done.
Okay, good. So let me have a look at your screen. So you can now share yours.
Okay. I did not see some like update, split task.
Okay, so let me. Oh, actually, it didn't select all the commands.
Oh, all the commands here. Sorry.
You have to select all commands.
Oh,
Now let me see split task.
split task and update.
Yeah, split task and update STU, S for split and U for update. Okay, so I go into the U and I will find update task. Update task, update task. Yeah, so I need that. Okay, so I take this and split task S for split. Okay, so SP, find out SP, KLM, OP, QR, ST. Split task, yes, I find that. Right, okay. So now sequence, link task, unlink task, link and unlink, they are a pair. Undo and redo, they are a pair. Outdent and indent, they are a pair. So new file save, information, and print preview. Print preview, I can take it to the top. Okay, like this. So I think it is fairly good. So entire project and view. Where is the view? Entire project zoom, scroll to task, indent. outdated, assigned resources. Okay, fine. I think these are good enough. So right now, do you see that this has come here?
Hmm.
Now, why do we place them here? Because you don't have to jump over, I mean, this to get them. And why do you place them here? Because it gives it the space to expand, right? Because if you place it here, because after this point, it is going to wrap up. It's going to fold up after this point. Okay.
Oh,
So then you'll have to click to see what more buttons are. Now the buttons are neatly spread out in front of you. And we need these buttons because some of these buttons are taken. Like if you look at the resource, these assigned resources. So assigned resources is the same.
yeah, it's there.
So in the task, there is a scroll to task. The scroll to task is the same button here. So why did we put them here? So that we don't have to click on the main menu or the sub menu to use this, right? So this is the interface setup. So once this is set up, we can use a copy of this file. Okay, so we can use a copy of this file multiple times and we will have the same setup, right?
Yes.
Now, what we are going to do, we are going to understand that how to set up the calendar and what kind of the calendars are there in the Microsoft project. So we are going to expand the date column. See, the date column in the UK, the time format is DDMMYY, right? So first you look at the dates and then they look at the months. And to how to get the date, I mean, we want to see the dates in detail, right? Because we are going to set up the calendar. So how to expand the date to show the time as well. So click on the file. Then at the bottom, you will see options. Okay. And after this, so what you have is the date format. You will select the maximum expanded format. So the maximum expanded format is this
Which format? This one?
This one. In which, no, this one. Below. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. And you click on the OK. So, you have the day of the week, you have the date, and you have the time as well, right? Do you see the time?
Yeah, I see it.
So the time is coming in the military format. This is not coming as the AM/PM format. So this is a little bit difficult to comprehend. So let's look at the options once more. Do we have the AM/PM or not? So AM/PM, I think AM/PM is not programmed into the computer. So that is why it is not giving you the AM/PM format. Okay, so if you set this up in your computer, then it will give. So let me check. What is the current format? So this will be part of time and language. So here, so what do you need?
It has the MPM.
So just a second. Yeah, that is MPM, but why it is not displaying there? Recommended English, change region, time or format. So let's have a look at the additional setting and time and date. Date you need to format. Yeah. And the time should be showing you the AM/PM. Yeah, that's in the AM/PM, the format. So that's right. So AM/PM, why is it not going? First day of the week should be Monday, right? So you set it to the Monday. And short time and long time. No, long time should be inclusive of day of the week, inclusive of the seconds. A long time should be like this. Okay, AM or PM, currency, time. We don't want any 24 hours. Numbers. Okay, you guys are counting in millions. Okay, so that grouping is fine. Millions and billions. Okay, so let's see if it has changed. Recommended English, country or region. So recommended English, United States. So that's fine. So do you see this AM and PM right now?
Oh, it has changed.
Yeah. So AM and PM is basically, I've changed the long date of the format, long time the formats, and then it is now showing AM and PM. So AM and PM is easy to comprehend. So you know who uses that kind of a 24-hour format? It is used by the military and it is used by the travel industry. If you would look at your flight ticket, you would note that it is not AM PM. They're written in the absolute number of the hour of the day. Have you noted that?
Yes.
On a flight ticket, so that there is no ambiguity. Okay, so a person might perceive 8 a.m. as 8 p.m. and he might go to the airport in the evening only to find that his flight is gone 12 hours ago. So that's why they write 20 hours. So if you look at 20, you might think for a moment, so what is 20? So you would do 20 minus 12. Oh, right. That is 8 p.m. So my flight is at 8 p.m. So you won't make a mistake, right?
Yes.
Now, what we are going to do, we are going to learn the calendar thing, because the calendar thing is the one which is creating the schedule. In the Microsoft project, there are three kinds of calendars. First is the project calendar. So let me write it. First is the project calendar. Then the second one is the resource calendar. And the third is the task calendar. Okay, the project calendar is created when the project is created, right? And the calendar is created when you create a resource. The purpose of the project calendar is to give the scheduling to the all tasks in the project. The purpose of the resource calendar is to mainly accommodate the resources personal off days. Suppose there is a person in your organization, so he wants to take some planned leaves. So he tells you in advance. So his planned leaves can be can be stored in the resource calendar, and that would correctly calculate his task finish date when he is applied to a task. Task calendar is created by the user. These are special calendars. They are used sparingly based upon need. They're used on need basis only. And they are used sparingly if you need it for a particular task. They are applied selectively, right?
Yes.
Now we are going to learn about the project calendar. Fine. The project calendar is already created by the Microsoft project when you have created the project. Okay, so let's go and see that what is there inside. Because if you look at the time carefully, it's showing you 8 a.m. and it is showing you the finish as the 5 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, so you know why it is showing the 8 a.m. start of the day and why it is showing you 5 p.m. Because this product comes from this is manufactured in the US, right? That is the US culture, so that is the default. Suppose I want to change the timing. Say in my organization works from 9 a.m. to
5.
9 to 6. Okay. I'll use the example of India so that you can get some contrast, so that you can understand. Because once you know that how to manipulate the calendar, you can create any kind of the calendar for any kind of the region. Okay, so I will use something different. So there is the scheduling thing we must understand first. We must understand that how to set up the project calendar. So let me check if one document has been shared with you. That is the scheduling rules. So let me check if it is there with you. If not, then I will give it to you in the WhatsApp. Exercise, no. So let me do this thing. Let me share this document with you. In a moment, I'm going to send it to you in the WhatsApp.
Okay.
I'm sure you can open the WhatsApp in your computer.
I don't usually do it, but I can. I think I go to the web.
Okay, so I've sent you a file. I think it will be quick for you to download it. So you can open the WhatsApp in your computer, and then you can download the file, then you can close it. Or if you think it will be quick to open it in your mail, so I can send it.
Yeah, it might be quick to open it in my mail, and I'll just, because my mail is, yeah.
Okay, fine. So let me send it to your mail ID.
I've even done it myself here to my mail. So it's here.
No, I have your mail ID with me.
No, I have it. I've done it. I have it. Should I download it now?
No. Not from there. I'm going to send you two new ones.
Oh, okay.
There are two new files that I'm going to send you. Okay. So just a moment. Okay. So I've sent you two files. One is a Word file and one is the Excel file.
Yes, yeah, Word and Excel.
Yes, correct. So you download these two files and you can place them in your Microsoft project folder. These two files. Okay, first you download them. So you place them into, you don't have to open them here, just to download them. You know, what do you do? If you go to the top and I think two attachments. So two attachments, you can download them at once by clicking here. Okay, so these are now brought down in your folder. So what do? You just cut them, okay, and you just go to your folder,
Okay.
Microsoft project, and you can keep them in the documents folder. So here, and then you extract here. So once they are extracted, then you can use it from here. So let me show you from it. No, not this one. We will use it later. We need to use this one first. Okay. So see, what is the first rule? You read them one by one.
Before schedule is created by calendar. Number two, schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekends and holidays. Three, schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Four, schedule is adjusted by constraints. Five, schedule is adjusted by resource, labor and non-labor.
Okay, so you know it is very important to create the correct calendar, because once the schedule has been created, we can adjust it by 2, 3, 4, 5 just to fine tune the schedule, right? So let's see that how the schedule is created by calendar. Now, what's happening is that the calendar that we have right now, so that is the American calendar. So let's have a look at that. What is the structure of the calendar which is already inside the Microsoft project? Okay, so let's have a look, and let's have a look at the calendar. So this is called the project the calendar. The project calendar is accessed from the project menu. So you go into the project and you will click on the button change working time. So change of the working time, you keep in mind, it changes the working time, or it changes the working schedule. So this calendar is called the standard project calendar. So this bracket means that this is the standard calendar. Actually, you know, when you create a project, actually it is creating three different calendars: 24 hours, night shift, and standard. So standard means daytime work. Night shift means nighttime work. 24 hours means 24 hours work schedule. But we mostly use the standard and it is easy to understand. So this one is applied by default. So right now, this is controlling the schedule. And what is the structure of this calendar? If you look here carefully, what is this gray color signifying?
This gray,
Yeah.
this non-working days and the white working days.
Yes. So in this organization, if you look at the work culture, so it is working 5 days a week. And what are the daily timings? So the daily timings are like this, right? Okay. The daily timings are from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then there is a break of 1 hour. Do you see that 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. is nothing? Actually, it is the break time. And then they are working 4 hours, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Right? Okay. Is that clear?
Very clear.
Okay, fine. So this is the schedule. Now, if you go to the work week, how did they configure the work week? You can click here and see. Click this and click on the details. It will show you that how they have divided the 8 hours every day. Okay. Okay. Now, Sunday, you will see nothing because Sunday is a non-work day.
No working day.
You click on the Monday. And look here, do you see the faint letters here? And faint,
Yes, 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 5 p.m.
yeah. And check Tuesday. No, here.
Tuesday, yeah.
Tuesday is the same schedule. Check Wednesday.
Yes. Same.
Thursday.
Same.
Friday.
No, Friday, same.
Saturday.
Saturday is like Sunday.
Nothing. Okay, so
Yes.
Saturday and Sunday, they are non-work days. So you won't see any breakup of the day here because the 8 hours which you are telling the Microsoft project, so they must be told to the Microsoft project at what times should the 8 hour be utilized. So the start is from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Between 1 to 2 p.m. there is a break time. So you don't have to specify the break time here. You only specify the working time. So if you add up the working time, it adds up to the 8 hours. Actually, it is called the 8 man hours, right?
Yes.
So, do you know that what is the story of the 8 man hours? Why is it 8, not 9 or 10? Okay.
Yes.
So do you know that what is the story of the 8 man hours?
No, I don't know the story.
Okay, you don't know the story. Okay. So do you know that what is May Day?
Midday.
Let me write it.
May Day, yeah, 1st of May.
So what is the significance?
To people that work, it's a holiday for people that work.
So what is the reason?
So that they can rest.
You know, have you heard of an organization called ILO, International Labour Organization?
Yes, ILO, yeah.
Yeah. So ILO is a child organization of the United Nations. On 1st of May 1950, so a lot of member countries globally, they adopted the labor laws which were, propagated by the ILO. They gave very fair labor. Earlier, the people were made to work for 10 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours, or until they dropped. Okay. So when a person would drop tired, and then the employer would say, okay, now you can go home. Okay. So there was no labor laws at all. Okay. So the people below 18 years of the age would also work in the industry. So if you look at the country, so we are much civilized right now. Okay, so we have the laws for many things, human rights laws, labor laws, animal laws, and the whatnot law. Okay, so the labor law was adopted on 1st of the May all over the world. So all over the world, industries, they celebrate the labor law, which said that 8 hours per day, 8 man hours per day is fair for both the employer and employee. For the employee, it is easy for him to work 8 hours a day, and for the employer, it is also a productive proposition because the employer would want a person to work maximum 8, 10, 12 because he can produce maximum goods. Okay, right? But But there is a limit to which is a scientific limit. So majority of the people, they can work 8 man-hours per day, but there might be some people who are exceptions. So they can work more than 8, but then there are also people, those who might not be willing to work 8, so they need to be pushed to work for 8 hours. So which is the law now. So this was adopted on the 1st of May. So that's why you everywhere in every project management software, you will find that the schedule of the way of the day is hovering around 8 man-hours. So because a day has 24 hours, but
Yes.
can you work for 24 hours? No,
No.
you can't work for 24 hours. So the working day is defined as 8 man-hours. See, calendar day. So is this clear?
Yeah, very clear.
So calendar day is 24 hours. The working day is defined as 8 man-hours. The number of the hours which can be fairly worked by a man or a woman. So similarly, we can have a calendar week and then we have a working week. So the what is the calendar week? The calendar week is equal to 7 days, but you can't work 7 days. So what we have is definitely we define something called working week. The working week could be 5, it could be 5.5. Okay, some organizations they have the 5.5, and it could be 6 or maybe 7, right? Do you get the point? So it is defined in terms of man days. And 1 man day is equal to 8 man
hours.
Is like that. So man day is not a day. A day is 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
A man day is the amount of the time a man can work in a day. So in 1 man day means that 8 man-hours, right? And we define the working day, we define the working week, and we define the working month in terms of man-hours, right? Is that clear?
Very clear.
Okay, so we are going to do it, and to do this thing, we are going to use this specification here. Okay, so we are going to do the point number 1. So what we are going to do, we are going to do something different, because we can learn only if we do something different. If we use the default thing provided in the software, then we learn nothing. Okay. So in India, so we use something called the Indian Standard Time Calendar Specification. So in India, most of the companies, they work 6 days a week. Now, which day we work? Okay, so which days we work?
Monday to Saturday, yeah.
Saturday. And if you would see, we also follow the labor law. We might be working 6 days a week, which is not illegal, but the legal working day is how much?
8 hours a day.
8 man-hours.
8 man-hours, yeah.
Yeah. And the working week, if you multiply 8 multiplied by 6, so
48.
48. And if there are 4 weeks in a month, so what is 48 multiplied by 192?
192.
No, 48 multiplied by 4?
48 multiplied by
4.
4, yeah, 192.
Yeah, you can do it on your mobile calculator. So, and then 192 multiplied by 12?
2,400.
No, you get 2,304. But why have I put 2,400? Because if you would notice, some of the months, they also have a 5th week. So where there is a working Saturday. Okay, do you get the point? So there is a working Saturday there also.
Yes.
So 20, so we round it off. We round off the 22,304 into 2,400 to also include those Saturdays for the working year. So we are not talking about the calendar year. We are talking about the working day. We are emphasizing on the word working week. working month, working year, all these are defined in terms of man hours. Working day is 8 man hours. Working week is 48 man hours. Working month is 192 man hours. And working year is 2400 man hours according to the 6-day week calendar. Okay. And the working day will be the same for all, but the working week, working month, and working year definition would change if it were a 5 days a week work culture. That would be reduced, right? So is this clear?
Yes. Very clear.
Okay, in India, we usually start the work in the industries around 9 a.m. So the first shift that the people that they give their 4 man hours of the work. So in between, they have a lunch time or a break time, which is 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. People take some lunch and people take some nap. Okay. So after that, they start to work and they work from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Right?
Yes.
So then that completes the contribution of the work from the labor or the person who is going to work. So he gives an output of 8 man hours to his employer or to his company.
Yeah.
4 plus 4, but it is not a continuous one. It is with a break time. So which is also fair according to the human right laws and the labor right laws. So then we also enjoy the holidays which are given by the company. So this is the IST calendar. So what we are going to do, that we are going to modify this calendar, right? So we are going to modify this calendar so that it is according to the IST standards, and we can see then how it is going to schedule. Okay, but we are going to use the starting date of 1st August 2022 because whenever we plan in the future. So, I'm not only training you, I'm transferring some best practices to you.
Yes.
So that your training is accelerated like an experienced person. Okay. So that you get the same, you can acquire the same planning pattern as is being used by me since 98, because I'm using Microsoft Project since 98, and I know the pros and cons of it. So I'm passing you all the pros. Okay. So the pro is that as soon as you smell a project in the pipeline, okay, I'm not saying that you put your nose to some pipeline. So the idea is that if you come to know some project is going to be assigned to you, you try to find out the details and start planning in advance. So you can put a tentative start date, and the sooner you plan, the sooner you can spot some constraint or a blocker, and you can troubleshoot it before the project start. Because if you troubleshoot the blocker before the project start, then the project will go on smoothly, like as if you are cruising on a highway, right? Without any hindrance. Right. So it will be like that. It would seem like that. So you got to plan a project as early as possible. Now, what we will do, that we will go into the Microsoft project. First, we will set up the date. Okay. Start date. Okay. So you just.
I can't see. Will you share yours? I can't.
Oh, okay. Okay. So no, you are on your screen only.
Okay.
You are on your screen. I'm using your computer. So you just click here.
Okay.
Just click here.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. Now you got to change the start date of the project. Start date of the project can be changed from here. Project information. Project information is the button which has got the information about the project. Now here you select here 1 August 2022. And you just delete the time. You don't select any time because it's a Monday. It's a perfect day to teach you the schedule. So you remove the 8 a.m.
Okay.
Okay. After removing the 8 a.m., so what do? You click on the OK. And you see that immediately the schedule of the activity has been changed to the 1st of the August 22, but it is getting 8 a.m. Now, we are going to change the working times. We have changed the start date. Now, we are going to change the working times of the project of this organization. So, what do? you click on the change working time. Now we are going to create the Indian Standard Time calendar. So we are going to reconfigure the calendar. Okay. Now, first you go to the work week. We will define that how the week is going to work. Which days are going to be work and which days are going to be non-work. So
in this case, it will be Monday to Saturday.
Correct. So we are going to make the Saturday also as a work week. I mean work day. So click on the details.
Okay.
And what I want you to do, just carefully listen to me and watch me. Select Monday to Saturday. Exclude the Sunday. Select Monday to Saturday. Now you press the shift. No,
okay.
Then press the shift and then you can click on the Saturday and all will be selected.
Yeah.
See, you can do it like this also. So let me show it to you. See, first you click on the Monday, then you press the shift, then you click on the Saturday. Okay. All will get selected. So try this out so that you can remember this.
Okay.
Now you press the shift button. Now you click on the Saturday.
Yep.
Yes. Now what we are going to do, we are going to tell Microsoft project this is what. So what I pointed out.
Okay, set these to working. Yeah.
Specific time. Now what is going to happen? As I'm going to tell it the time, it's going to be set for all these days at once in one shot. Okay. Now what do? You go to the first cell and delete everything. Delete it. And in this cell, you type this. I'm going to write this for you. And you have to do it without any space and in the small letters. Do you see exactly like that? You type and press enter. Press enter. Okay, done. See, it is getting formatted by itself. Now, in the adjacent cell, you go and type there 1 p.m. exactly the same way, without any space and in the small letters.
Small letters.
Yeah. You delete everything first. No. First of all,
okay.
Everything. You delete everything. Just type 1 p.m. without any space.
Enter.
Yeah. I want you to remember that Microsoft project can recognize what you can return. It is intelligent software. Now here you delete everything. You write here 2 p.m.
Enter.
And here you delete everything and you write here 6 p.m. So what you have done, that you have created a schedule for these 6 days. How these 6 days are going to be worked out. So on the 6 days, people will work 4 hours. They will take a break. We don't mention the break. So we mention the next shift. So 4 plus 4 is equal to 8 man hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you click on the OK. Now, do you see that all these days are working now?
Yes, it's only Sunday. That's great.
Now this is a perpetual setting. If you scroll to any month, any year, I don't know that how long this calendar goes. Maybe this calendar goes around 200 years, 300 years. So which is more than good for us. Okay, so we are not going to last that long, but if it can schedule my project, okay, so yeah. that is good enough for me. Okay, so this is good enough. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back to the year 2022, right, and check out if it looks right. Yeah, it looks right. Now, I'm going to click on the options to set the days and months, the length of the days and months. So click on the option. Okay. Now I want the week start on Monday, because when I see the Sunday on the top, it is very confusing for me. I want to see the Sunday at the bottom. So Monday should be on the top. And do you see this default start time? This is applied on the manually scheduled task. If you're not entering time for the manually scheduled task, they'll be scheduled from 8 a.m. But we don't want that. We want it to be 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay. Should I change it?
Yeah, you change it to 9 a.m. and you select the ending times. So this will be applied on the manually scheduled task. Now, The man hours per day 8 is correct, but the man hours per week should be 48.
Yes.
You no, don't use the scroller. Scroller is a bad
Oh,
thing.
okay.
It makes mistake. It has got bugs. So you just type the 48, which is fine, and the days per month will be man days per month will be 24, because we are using a 6-day week. 24. So that is the man month, right? Okay. Now, after we have done this setting and we are fine, and make sure that the new task created is auto scheduled. So right now it is auto scheduled, so which is good. So the duration will be entered in the days. Even if you don't enter this suffix, then it will be taken in as days. Now click on the OK. You see that it is starting with the Monday. Monday
Yes.
left, and the weekend, the Sunday is on the right side. So it gives me the correct perception, right? Because if the Sunday is on because Sunday is start day of the week in schools, but in real life where we work, the Monday is the start of the week, right?
Yes.
In the school we were taught Sunday, Monday, but in the industry it is Monday to Sunday. It is like that. Okay. Now you click on the OK, and this will be implemented on the current project file. You see that it is implemented here.
Yes.
This is the schedule, and you see that it is ending at 6 p.m. Okay, now we want to check if the calendar has been calibrated correctly or not. So here you enter 6 days, 6D. You just type there 6 and D. Okay. Do you see the length of the bar?
Yes.
Okay. Now you write here task 2. And write here 1W. So 1W means 1 week. So let's see if the 1 week is equivalent to the bar. Do you see that it is correct?
Yeah.
1 week is a collection of 6 days. Okay. Now you write here task 3. And you write here quarter month, 0.25 MO. Let's say if the quarter of a month is equal to 1 week and 6 days. So does it mean the same? Yeah, it means the same length of time, right? Okay,
yes.
Now, if I want to state the 6 days in the man hours, so you write here task 4, and how many man hours are there in the 6 days? Because actually it is 6.
48.
Yeah. So you write here 48H and see if it gives you the same length of time.
Where should I write 48? Here?
Yeah, here in the duration 48H.
Okay, yeah.
So H is the the short form of the hours.
Yes.
Is that fine?
Very fine.
Now I want to see how many minutes are there in 48 hours. So can you tell me how many man minutes are there? 48 multiplied by 60. You do it on your mobile phone, or you can.
Yeah, let me do it on my mobile phone.
You can do it on your calculator, because you put
times
the
48. 60 times 48. 2,880.
Okay, you write here task 5, and you put here 2880 M. M is the shortcut for minutes. If all the bars are equally long, it means that my calendar has been calibrated correctly. So, these are called the different span of time or units of time. We use the appropriate one. So if I talk about a tailor, so does the tailor use kilometer to measure the cloth? No.
No.
Tailor would talk in terms of centimeter and
meters or inches. Yes.
Okay. So maybe inches. So that is the right scale of the measurement. So if someone is making big things like he's constructing roads, so he will talk in terms of the kilometers, right?
Yes.
So it would depend upon the size of the project. So what is the appropriate scale to specify the duration of each task, right? So is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. So the task is representing your task plus the WBS. This is representing scope of the project. So this is representing the time of the project. And this is representing the schedule of the project, start and finish. Now, where is the cost of the project? The cost of the project will come in the cost column. The cost column can be inserted by us when we are ready to apply the resources, right? So right now, our focus is on the scheduling, but let me tell you one thing. We can flexibly insert a column like this. If you expand it, okay, if you expand this thing toward the right, so you're going to see a column which says add new column. Now you click here on this triangle. Then here you start typing cost, COS. So as you type COS, you will see the cost. And if you click this, the cost will be inserted. Okay. Now, the cost column is an inbuilt column. In Microsoft Project, all the columns are inbuilt. You can only insert and hide. You cannot create or delete. You cannot delete a column, but if you don't want a column for the time being, you can hide it. So you right click on the top and you click on the hide column.
Oh.
Okay. So, there are more than 200 columns which are inbuilt, but we can remember up to 15 or 20. So we are fine with them. But in the future, if we need more, we can explore them and we can insert them also. Okay. So we work with the columns task name, duration, start, finish, predecessor, resource name, work, cost. Most of these columns are sufficient for us. But if you need more columns, you can use them too. But slowly and slowly, we are going to know about them and we can find them. If you want to insert a column on a particular spot, so you click on the start column here. And do you see this button here?
This one up?
Yeah, this one is the insert column. You click and you start typing here cost. No, you delete this thing. First you clear this name. I mean the whole thing. You wipe it out, all the characters. No. Otherwise you
everything
the correct spelling. Yeah. Now you start typing cost, COST. You can select the cost now. Do you see that? See now, Microsoft Project is a dumb thing because the cost of column is nothing but a view. See this is. Let me tell you. If you enter another time, it will let you enter. If you enter the cost of columns, actually you are not creating the cost column. You are only displaying the same data multiple times.
Yeah, that's there.
It does not make sense. So make sure you only insert only one instance because they are the same. If I put some data here like this, see that what happens. Do you see that?
I see it.
Okay, so you don't insert, you only use one column, but the cost is mostly a calculated column. It is calculated on the basis of the resources that you apply on the task. Okay, so for the time being, we don't need to look at the cost because we are trying to master the schedule. So once we master the schedule, then we will start mastering the resources and cost. So what do? I bring the screen divider here and then I can see the Gantt chart. Now, one more thing, let me tell you, it's a very handy tool. You should know it in the beginning. Suppose your Gantt chart is lost. Okay, so what you can do to bring back the Gantt chart onto the focus, you select the task one. And do you see this button here? It says scroll to task.
Yeah.
Yeah, click this. Do you see that? What does the scroll to task does? It will find out where your activity is and it will bring in front of you. It will pull it from either left or right. So, okay, just see this. I'm going to scroll this away in the left. So if I scroll this away in the left, it's a very long way. Maybe it will land up in your neighbor's bedroom. Okay. So you can bring it back from there. So what do, you once again click on the scroll to task this.
This. Click here, then this.
No, you have gone inside. You press the escape button. Press the escape button so that you can come out of the. Now you click.
Oh, okay. Ah.
Okay. Now, if you want to place it finally, so what do? You can grab the scroll bar here at the bottom like this, and gently using the mouse, you can place it like this, so that it is nearest to the task name as possible. Right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we are going to learn that how this calendar works. Okay. So we have created the calendar. So we will also see what is the impact of this calendar. So, and we will do a little bit more setup to show the project summary task. Okay. Now let us do this thing. I think we need a break right now. So let's take a break for 20 minutes and we will meet again.
20 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, 20 minutes. So what you need to do that you need to pause the record. Share your screen. Okay, so do you have any questions till this point?
No, but you've taught me a lot. Are you going to send me like a video manual?
Yeah.
Like
yeah. So I'm going to make you an expert in the project management. I will bring your Prince 2 to life here. You will see your Prince 2, whatever.
I'm loving it. I called Kola already. I told Kola that God bless him.
Yeah. Okay, great. Good. I see that, people from Nigeria, they're very, keen to learn something, keen to learn new skills, keen for the education. That's a very good thing. In India, we love to educate. Okay. Even if a parent has to send his child to a good school, they will eat less. Okay. Less food and they will go hungry, but they will send their child to a good school, good education. So we appreciate this back because the more people they learn and become more knowledgeable, they create better business values, they create better service values. When people are involved in business and work, and the people are not prone to violence or bad things. Okay, so people are involved in very productive things. Okay, so knowledge and the education is always good for everybody. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, but we are going to understand that how the project is scheduled. Suppose if your company declares the Wednesday as the holiday, then what happens? Okay. Suppose this is the holiday for all. So how do you accommodate this? So this is accommodated in the project calendar only. So you go into the change working time once again. Yeah, click the, yeah. And then what do? You scroll to the month of the August. So how do you scroll the month? You can scroll from here and place your cursor on the third. Okay, so we want to make this as a non-working day, as a holiday. Now you click here, and in this cell you write company holiday. In the future you will write the actual name. Okay.
Okay.
And you press enter. So once you press enter, you will notice that the color is changed. So this color is actually representing exception day. Exceptions means it is accepted from work. So this is an exception. Okay. And you will see the start and the finish date is the same. Why? Because this is a one day.
It's 1 day.
Suppose there might be certain holiday in certain country where it might be 2 days. So what you can do, you can change the finish date. Like in the Oman, they celebrate National Day for 3 days, right? So every person in the country get 3 days off in the continuous fashion. So they can put start date as 3 and they can put finish date as 5. So it will be 3 days holiday. Okay, but here it's only 1. So let's go with the 1. We can make it 2 also. So click on the OK and see the impact on the Gantt chart. So do you see that in the Gantt chart, this is marked as the holiday and the finish date has extended to the next Monday. Okay. Now, if you want to see that what is the total at the project level, so what you can do, that you want to expose the project, so you go into the Gantt chart, the format.
As you click here
on the top next to the help.
I want to remove this. I don't know.
So you just grab the zoom panel. You can bring it down. You can bring it to the left. That's the zoom control panel. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So once you are on the Gantt chart panel, so I want you to select these 2 checkboxes: outline number and the project summary task. Now, what does the outline number do? Outline number puts this outline. You see this 1, 2, 3, 4 is appearing on the left side. So you didn't put that. So as you are putting the activities, it's going to put a serial number. If you create a child, it's going to create a child number as well. Okay. And what does this project summary task do? So this checkbox is activating the row number 0. And what's on the row number 0? It is the project itself. So the project line is consolidating the total of all the activities under it, start, finish. It is consolidating them all. Okay. Now this thing appears like this bar. Do you see this bar here? Okay, this looks like a thin bracket. Okay, and this is called project summary task. This.
Okay.
Summary task, and this is the outline number. So outline number is good because if you're talking to someone in a meeting, and there might be a possibility that 2 of the activities or 2 tasks might have the same name, but they will have a unique ID number. So you can refer to the unique ID number, and you can talk to the other person regarding that task. Okay, by referring to the unique ID number, like that. Okay. You can do it. Okay, now we will understand that what is the structure of the activities. So we can create something called WBS. Have you heard of that? Work breakdown?
Yes, work breakdown structure.
Yeah. So in the work breakdown structure, so what happens if I have some subtasks below the task 5? So what do? Go into this row below the task 5 and you write here subtask 1. Subtask 1 and press enter. Correct. Now this is numbered at 6, but this is not a subtask yet. Okay. So, and to make it a subtask, what you need to do, you need to select it and click on the indent button. Indent means that push it inwards. Yeah, click this. I think you have done the bullet points. So in the bullet points, you also have the indent and the outdent. In the Word, when you are making certain writing certain text, you might put the certain text as the points. So points are 1, 2, 3, 4, or the points are in the bullet text. So bulleted means you have a round. So here, actually, when you use the indent button, it will create a subtask. Now you go to the next line and you write here subtask 2. Okay, So do you see this numbering system that comes up?
Yes.
So, when you are talking to someone, you can, instead of spelling out the long name, you can just say 5.1, 5.2.
Mm-hmm.
This is the feature which you get from outline number. So without the outline number, it is, very difficult to manage and talk about it. Just click on this checkbox, outline number, and the outline number goes away. Click on the checkbox, outline number, and remove the check mark. Do you see the outline number is gone? So
Yes, it's gone.
these are your numbers. So even if you don't put your numbers, the outline number is very much helpful, because it's like a unique serial number is created each time some activity is created. So click on this outline number. Okay. Now, when you click on the outline number, it will put the number on the left side and it will create. Suppose if you have a subtask below the 5.2, it will be created like 5.2.1, 5.2.3. You can do it using the indent. Now, this is called the group summary task. Now, what does the group summary task do? It summarizes the data from the subtask, right? Now, if you look at this, it is saying 1 day question mark. Now, let me explain to you that what is the meaning of the question mark. The meaning of the question mark is that question mark means it is an estimated duration. See, in a project, there are two kinds of the duration. One is the estimated duration, and one is the definite duration. See, when you are not sure about the duration, you can enter the duration with a question mark. See, by default, every new task which has been created, it will be created with the 1 day estimated duration.
Okay.
Okay. And suppose you are doing the planning, you are expert in Microsoft project, but there is a certain technical thing about which you are not sure about the duration. So what do you do? That suppose if you feel that this is a 6-day activity, you write 6 day and you put up a question mark. So this question mark will act like a reminder. Okay, it will act like a reminder. So this question mark will be escalated to the WBS. From the WBS, it will be escalated to the project level. So estimated duration means that it is something which needs to be converted into the definite duration, because you can't have a baseline with estimated duration, because how can you measure something against something which itself
that's not certain.
Yeah, which itself is not, well calculated, right? That is why we need the definite duration to be created from the estimated duration. But sometimes you don't have all the people sitting in front of you. So when you don't have those people sitting in front of you, what you can do, you guess something and you put a question mark. Now the question mark does not interfere in the calculation. It is only a reminder for you. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
This question mark is a reminder for you, because even if there is one activity with a question mark, it will put up a question mark on the project level. And if you look at the top, then you will be able to recall, oh yes, I need to have a meeting with another guy, convert this estimated duration into the definite duration, because only definite duration should be used as baselines. Base information should be rock solid and reliable, because if the baseline itself is not rock solid and reliable, how can you use it to judge some other real-time activity? Okay. Real-time activity can only be judged if it is fast, slow, or on time. It has to be a definite duration, right? So definite duration means it is the best estimated duration of time, right? So is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. So now let us look at the group summary. Do you see this? This looks like a thin wire bracket. This looks like a thin wire bracket, right? Now, if they're looking like thin wire brackets, so we need to fix it. Okay, we need to make them look better. Now, how do we do it? So we will learn it step by step. and then we will go further.
Excuse me, please, can you give me 1 minute?
Yeah,
One
sure,
minute.
sure.
Please, I'll be back now. 1 minute.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Hello, sir, I'm back. Hello?
Yeah, fine. That's fine. That's okay. It is a one-to-one, so not to worry. Okay. Now we are going to make it look better. This one and this one. So this is called the project summary. This is called the group summary. So there will be only one project summary, but group summaries will be many. Now, how to fix it? We will right click on the Gantt chart.
On the Gantt chart. Okay, up here.
Yeah, here. Here is a tick mark.
Okay.
Yeah, you can right click here and you will click on the button bar styles. Okay. After that, we will go into this option summary. Summary means that group summary of the activities. So what we will do, we will first select a shape on the left side. So a dumbbell shape. So you click on this and yeah. Now you select the second shape, this one. And you select the same one on the right side. Okay, now you go to the shape and you select the shape of a little thicker bar. So you open this up and I'll just point out. So you select this one. Okay. Now we are going to select the color of the bar. You select the color of the bar as green. You select this green and select the color of the dumbbell. I mean, on the left hand side, you select the purple color. Yes, correct. And select the same color on the right side. Purple color. Okay. So do you see the review at the top? So this is how it is going to come like. Now, this is the group summary of the activities. This is the summary of the project, but that needs to look different.
Yeah.
So that has to be different because that is the top level and that needs to have an absolutely different color. So what we will do, we'll go into the bar setup once again here. And you will select bar styles. And in the bar styles, this time we are going to select project summary. In the project summary, you select the dumbbell on both the sides. This one.
Which one?
Yes. Second one, yeah. Correct. Now you select the same on the right side. Now the shape, you will select a little bit slightly thicker bar. So this is the number 2 here. Second one, yeah, correct. And then you will select the color of the bar as the red color, bright red color, this one. This one, yeah, correct. And then you will select the color of the dumbbells as blue, navy blue, this one. And here also the navy blue. And click on the OK. So you know why I have selected the red color. So it is due to something called critical path. Because the project itself, the length of the project itself is equal to the critical path. I'm sure you understand critical path.
Yes, I do know. I know what critical path is. Yes,
so that's why you selected the red color, so that it's a good reminder, so that this is the total duration in which you have to finish the activity. Right? Okay. Now we will come to the critical path in a while, but meanwhile, we have to learn that how does the project calendar work? Okay. The project calendar is basically sort of a global calendar. It is applicable on all the activities by default. And project calendar has got non-working days of the weekend, which are fixed weekend, like Sunday is fixed. And then there are exceptions, which are the holidays. And then there are something like a recurring pattern. Now, recurring pattern is like this. Let's say that the organization is providing an off day on every first Saturday. You see the text?
Every first Saturday of the
Saturday
month is
of the
an off.
month is an off day. So how
Yes.
do we implement that? See, if we implement this, then this will be an off day. Because this is the first Saturday of the
Saturday,
month.
yeah, of August.
If I go to the month of the September, so in the next month it will. So the recurrence pattern is monthly. Okay, so this first Saturday off, okay, is a monthly recurring off. It is not a weekly thing. Because if it is a weekly thing, I can put it up as a weekend. So I have to create a pattern for this. Okay. Now, how to create that pattern? So let us go ahead and do it. So first of all, I want you to click on the project. So click on the project. And then you click on the change working time. Okay, now in the change working time, first of all, I have to create a label. So come to this row and create a label. In this label, you write first Saturday off. Off, O double F. No, O double F, and press enter. And press enter. Because what happens that it will select a date, just don't worry. We are soon going to change it. Now you place your cursor back on this row because when you press enter, it moves to the next one. Okay, now we are going to go into the details of it so that we can modify this. And we will convert it into a recurrence pattern. So we want to create a recurrence pattern of non-working days. And the recurrence is every month. So this is monthly. So create on the month. And which recurrence pattern we want, you will select the first. Select the first Saturday of every 1 month. Because if you say every 1 month, then it will be implemented every month. Because if you say every 2 months, it will skip 1 month.
Yeah.
And when do you want it to start? You say, I want it to start from the April 1. Okay, you select 1st of the April. And when do you want it to end? So right now it is saying 1 occurrence, it's saying this. So you put here 100. So you know it is going to create a sufficient cover for all your project. Now, once you put 100, do you see the date and the year?
Yes.
So you know the 100th is falling on the Saturday, 6th of the July in the year 2030. Okay, so if you feel that none of your projects are that long starting this year, even if your project is start this year, it will. So if you have 8-year-long project, so it will cover that also, right?
Yes.
So end after 100 occurrences you have selected. Now, what do you do? That you have to click on the OK to implement it. So as soon as you click on the OK, it will be applied on the Gantt chart. So on the Gantt chart, now you're seeing this Saturday is off. And if you scroll toward the right, just click on the scroll button and see on the September. So you click this button to scroll.
Okay, this button now.
See,
Yeah.
this is the first Saturday in the month of September. And this is the first Saturday in the month of the October. Right. So it's going to implement it here. Okay, is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay, now this has created a realistic schedule for you where all the working and the non-working days have been factored in. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to select the task 1 and click on the scroll to task button so that it is brought into the focus. Okay. And then if you want to fine tune that, what do? You just grab this bar and you just move this. Okay. So that's going to fine tune this. Yeah. Yes, correct. That's right. So this brings it. So this brings the activity timeline very near to the activity. So you can clearly see that how this is getting scheduled. Now, if you look at the duration of this activity, so what is the duration? 6 days.
6 days.
But do you see what is the finish date of this activity is the 9th. So why the 6-day activity is taking 9 days to finish?
Because of the holidays, non-working days.
Yeah, non-working days, how many? 1, 2, and 3.
3, yes.
So these 3 non-working days are pushing it to complete in 9 days. So normally, if a calendar doesn't have any holiday or off day, so it would finish in the same number of days in which you are calling it the working days. So this is called the working duration, and this is called the calendar duration. And always remember, calendar duration will be always longer than the working duration. Because the calendar duration contains the off days, right? So is this clear?
Very clear.
So the working duration is given by the engineer and calendar duration is created by the underlying calendar. So how does the Microsoft project process this? So what happens when you enter the duration? This is combined with the calendar. Okay, and this is combined with the calendar. After that, it is processed by it is processed by, so this duration and the calendar is combined and it is processed by the scheduling algorithm, and the outcome is the schedule. So after this, it creates the outcome. So this outcome is the schedule. Okay. So is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. So the duration and the calendar is given by you. Calendar is just a one-time job. So schedule, I mean the duration you are going to give according to your engineering knowledge and your domain knowledge and according to your experience, according to your industry standard. So this duration is stated by the engineer and the duration is taken by the Microsoft project and it is combined with the calendar. The calendar is structured by you, of course. And then then both of them are combined. The duration and calendar is combined and processed by the scheduling algorithm. Okay. And the schedule is created. So what is the schedule? The schedule is a combination of start and the finish date.
Finish, yeah.
Right. So this is how the scheduling is created by calendar. So we are trying to understand how does the calendar create the schedule. And the calendar is containing the working and the non-working days. And the calendar is also containing the non-working time also. Okay, so we are going to check that out. Okay. Okay. Now, what do? You come to this row and you enter task A. You write here task A. I want you to notice something.
Task what? 8?
Task A. A for
A.
Yeah, correct. And press enter. Now, did you notice something? That it has been numbered as 5.3, even though it is far away from this.
Yes.
Because the Microsoft project it's trying to help you. It says that, okay, if you're entering it below the 5.2, then you might be entering another child. But you say, no. I'm not entering a child. I'm just entering a parent. So what do? You select it and click on the outdent button.
Oh,
So as
enter.
outend, so the serial number comes according to the parent. So what is the next? This the serial number after the 5, it
It's
is the 6.
6. Yes.
Yeah. Now, if you click on the indent, it will become a child of the parent just above it. It really does not matter if there is a lot of gap here. Even if you put
Mm,
blank lines, it will still think that it is the child. To insert
mm,
the rows, you press insert button. To delete the rows, you press delete button. So insert and delete, I'm recommending you to use the keypad buttons, right? So I'm going to use my keypad button for delete like this. As I delete, it gets deleted. As I
mm.
press insert, so I'm inserting a new row. Okay. So it means that Microsoft Project is flexible to insert new activities in case you missed any. So you can insert. Now you outdent it. So click on this button. Now you create a task B below it, task B. Okay. Now in the task A duration column, you enter 4H. 4H for the hour. Yeah. Delete the whole thing, write 4H. Okay, now notice the finish time.
Mm.
Okay,
Yes.
because the work is starting at the 9 a.m. and the 4 hours is completing on 1 p.m. Now go to the task B and you write here 5H and notice the finish time.
Yes.
So why is it not 2 p.m.? Why is it 3 p.m.?
Because of lunch, the break in between that we said.
Yes. So Microsoft Project is not only scheduling on the week, it is scheduling on the day structure. Structure of the day is 4 hours, 1 hour break and 4 hours. So it is scheduling according to that also. Okay. Now here you write here task C. Task C. And then you write here 16H. You know, the 16H is being interpreted as 2 days. Do you see that? 9 a.m. to 6
Yes.
p.m. Okay. Now, instead of this 16H, you create a task D and you enter here 12H. And let's see that how it is interpreted as 12H. Do you see that it is ending at 1 p.m.?
Yes.
And it is the next day?
Yes.
So what it says that if you are giving any person a 12 man hours of the work, so he will complete 8 man hours on the first day, and he will complete the balance of 4 hours on the next day. Okay. Now you enter here task E, and instead of the 12H, you write 1.5D. Okay. Here you write 1.5D, small d, 1.5. You see the timing, you see the date.
Mm-hmm.
See, both of them are same.
Yes.
So, you know, actually 12 hour and 1.5
From
day,
5 days is the same.
the same span of time. It's just like
Yeah.
saying 1 meter or 100 centimeters, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I say 1 meter, it is the same length. If I say 100 centimeter, it is the same length. And instead of 100 centimeter, if I say 1000 millimeter, it is the same length, right?
Yes.
So it is according to your convenience that you can select a scale. The scale is based upon the hours, days, no, starting from minutes, hours, days, weeks, and months. So this is the time scale that the Microsoft project is using, right? Is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. So this is how the scheduling is done on the project calendar, right? So the project calendar is the calendar which is scheduling for all the activities in the project. Now, this is the daytime calendar that we are using. And what if we switch to the nighttime calendar? What will be the starting time of the activities? Okay. If you want to switch the calendar of the entire project, you have to go to the project information. So go into the project information. And do you see the calendar drop down here? Now you click on this drop down and you select night. Yeah, you just move that away, night, and click on the OK. Now, once you apply the nighttime calendar, do you see the scheduling of all the activities on a particular day would start from the 11 p.m. And
Yep.
you're going to extend up to the next day. Okay, even if you enter one day task, if you see this one day task, it is getting finished on the next day 8 a.m. because the person would start the night shift on the 11 p.m. and he is going to finish 8 hours of the work, inclusive of 1 hour of the break, on the next day 8 a.m. Right?
Yes.
See this. So he starts to work on Monday, he finishes the work on Tuesday 8 a.m. Okay, so this is the nighttime calendar which is now controlling. If you go to the change the working time, you will see that there are 3 calendars, but against one of the calendar, the bracket is mentioned, the project calendar. Do you see that?
Yes.
So it is saying that the night shift is the project calendar right now.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So what Microsoft project is trying to tell you that you are using the night shift as the project calendar. Now, if you switch to the standard, this bracket will come in front of the standard. Okay. Now, how to change it? It will not change from here. So from here, you cancel out. It will be changed from the project setting. Cancel this. Yeah. Now you go into the project information. And then you select, instead of nighttime, you select standard. And then click on the OK. Now you go into the change of the working time. Now it is saying that standard calendar is the project calendar. So now this standard calendar is controlling or giving the scheduling to the activities, right? So you click on the OK. So do you see the cells as blue? They're having the blue background. So having a blue background cell means that the cell values have been recently changed, and these are unsaved changes. And once you save the changes by clicking on the floppy button, this blue color will disappear. Okay. Yeah.
I've clicked it.
Yeah. So that's a bug. So what do you do? Or just you minimize it and then maximize it, then you won't see the blue color. Okay.
What if I use Control S? Will it go?
Control S will also save it. You can make a small little change here. So you can see the cell will turn blue. You make it as two days here. And you will see the start and the finish date. No, the start will not change, but the finish date will change. The finish date will come in the blue color. You make it as two days. Only the finish date will be blue. Okay. Because it has impacted the finish date only for this activity, not the start date, because the start date will be still from the 1. Yeah. So the cell would be blue because in this cell you entered the data. So you change the data in this cell. And as a result, the finish date was impacted. Now press Control S and see that if it is still showing you the blue, or is it turned to white? No. So that is a bug. In earlier version, I used to clearly see as I would save. So this blue color will go away. So what you need to do, you need to minimize and maximize. You will see that what changes have been saved. Okay, minimize it and maximize it. So, but if the unsaved changes is there, but it will not go away. See, now you make this as 1.5. You turn this back into 1.5 and don't save it. Then minimize and maximize it. You will still see that it is still blue. But only goes away only when it is saved. So any unsaved changes or impacted cells will be depicted in the blue color. So you know what is the significance of the blue background? So Microsoft project is trying to tell you, look, these values have been changed. Do you want to keep them? If you want to keep them, you can save them. If you don't want to keep them, you do Control Z. And if you do Control Z and see that what happens, do a Control Z here right now.
Oh, it goes back.
Yeah, it goes back and it has turned white because last time this was the saved value. So when Microsoft is returning to the saved value, it will be white. Now, if you press Control Y, restoring the value which you had changed. So this is a changed value, but not saved yet. Right. So how many Control Z can Microsoft project do? It can do 20 Control Z until saved. So once you save it, then it can't do Control Z. But in the Word and in the Excel, you can still do. Now do a Control S and then try to do Control Z.
You said?
Okay. Now you do a Control Z.
Okay.
No. First you do a Control Y. Okay. Now you save the data. Save the data.
Okay. Control S.
Okay. Done?
Yes.
Now you try to do Control Z because after saving you can't undo.
Oh, it's not doing anymore.
Yeah, but you can do it in Word, in Excel. So, you know, you have to remember this fine point that in Microsoft project, after you have saved the data, you can't undo. Why? Because you have told it, yeah, I'm good till this point. So once you tell it I'm good till this point, so it is going to disable the undo. Okay, so is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay, so this is how the scheduling with the project calendar works. Okay, now we are going to learn that how the scheduling is impacted by the resource calendar, because the resource also can take the holidays, and that also has an impact upon the start and finish of an activity. Okay, so now we are going to learn, because there are three kinds of calendars: project calendar, resource calendar, and task calendar. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to delete all these activities from task 2 onwards. Just keep task 1 on the screen. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. I want you to delete the task 2 as well.
Okay.
I mean this task 3, yeah, this one. Just delete. So you can use the delete button. Now, the finish date of this activity is being scheduled, is impacted only by the project calendar. Okay. Now let's say I assign a person to this activity, and let's see that what is the effect. So to create a resource, I will go into the resource sheet. So go into the resource sheet. Okay. No, this is the resource sheet. Sorry, that was the wrong button. Yeah. In the resource sheet, you type the resource name as worker1.
Workable.
Worker1.
Oh, worker one.
Yeah. So we will create the one worker. So press enter, it will be created. Yeah, you can correct the spelling. Yeah, that's okay. See, if you look at the type, actually type is a drop down. So by default, it will select a worker one as the work. Why? Because the work type resource is the most common resource. That's why by default, because it's trying to help you. But if you feel that you're creating a material, so material are consumable and cost is the expenditure head. So the work type resource is actually a man or even a machine. Okay. So in the Microsoft project, the man and machine are represented as the work. And any consumable like cement, steel, wires, cables, everything else is material. And if you have any planned expenditure like transport expenditure, travel expenditure, staff welfare expenditure, they can be created as the cost type. Okay. So yes, those are the budgetary expenses which are calculated purely in terms of money, and that money is added into the cost of doing an task or an activity. So work type we have created the worker one. So as soon as we created the worker one, you will see that a resource calendar has been created. So you go into the change of the working time, you'll find that a resource calendar has been created with the same name. Do you see that? Now, what is the purpose of the resource calendar? I'll tell you. See, in the resource calendar, certain days are already marked as off. Do you see that? First, Saturday is off, and then the Sunday is off day. Okay. And then you scroll to the month of the August, you will find the 3rd of the August is also marked as an off day.
Okay.
Scroll here. Scroll to the month of the August. Do you see that? Because you know these off days are being inherited from the project calendar. So it's like this. It's like a common sense. Suppose if you work in a company and the doors are shut on the 3rd of the August, do you enter that? Can you enter and work inside? No.
No.
If the company is closed, so you are getting the as a off day. So how many days do we work? We work 365 days minus the weekend, minus the recurring weekend, and minus the holiday, and minus our own personal vacations or personal off days. So what the company is providing me, so I'm taking that, plus I can also take my personal off days, right? So the number of the days which are remaining after subtracting from the 365 days is the number of the days that we work. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, right now, what we have done, that we have looked at the calendar, you just close it. Okay. Now, let's go into the Gantt chart. So the Gantt chart is here. So click this button. We can quickly go into the Gantt chart. Now, we are going to assign the worker one to the task one. So go to the task one. Okay. Now, let me tell you, go into the resource, click on the resource main menu. So do you see this button here? This is the same one. And here you place your cursor here, or this is the same button. Okay. This is okay. So why this button is placed here? For convenience, so that you can quickly access this.
Yes.
Click this button. So as soon as you click this button, you will see a pop-up. So this pop-up shows you the resources which you have created in the resource sheet. So right now, only one worker in the resource sheet, so it shows only one. Now click on the assign button, click on the assign. So then click on the close. So do you see that the worker one has been assigned, but the finish date is still the same? Okay, you save it first, then we will look at the timesheet.
I've saved it.
Okay, fine, good. Now you right click here. Now you go to the task usage. Now, task usage, let me explain to you what does it mean. It means that how the task is using the resources. So, right now it is showing you the time. We don't need to see the time. So let us switch off the time part. So to switch off the time part, so we go into the file and we click on the options at the bottom. Options is there. And then from this drop down, we select a compact date and time. I mean a compact date format here.
Where is it? Okay.
A date format. And you select this one. Okay. Now click on the OK button. Now it is compact. But now what we are going to do, let us adjust the screen here so that we can see the timesheet. So timesheet means that how the work has been configured for this worker. So what do we do to get his activities? We click on the scroll to task. So click on the button scroll to task. So his timesheet comes up. Now this timesheet is occupying more space than needed. So we make it a little bit compact by clicking on the edge of the column and shrinking the column. So as I shrink the column, I can see the timesheet. So do you see this blank day? This blank days, right? So is this clear that why these days are blank?
I want to move this thing.
See.
Yes, these are the days it's not going to work. Wednesday is the exception, then the weekends.
Yeah, these are the weekends. Now this guy says that, boss, I need a leave. I need a personal leave on the Thursday. So what is the Thursday? 4th of the August, he needs a personal leave. So I say, fine, I'll give you personal leave. So after the personal leave is granted to him, so what is going to happen? See, right now, what is the current finish date?
9th of August.
And what do you expect if he takes in between, he takes a day's leave?
If he takes 1 day leave, it's going to extend to 10th of August.
Correct. So his activity will be shifted here, right? So you will see the timesheet filled with 8, and this will become 0, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. This will become blank or 0, and the 8 will be filled here. Okay. So let's see that how it is done. How is the personal vacation or the personal off day or the personal leave of a work type resource is accommodated into his calendar? Because then it will be a combination of the project calendar and his own personal calendar. So the personal calendar is always inheriting from the project calendar. And in the personal calendar, we can add the personal off days, right?
Okay.
His personal leaves, so that the correct finish date is calculated. Just right, you said, keep it in mind that the activity is going to finish on the 10th of the August. Now let's see that how the Microsoft project calculates. Okay. Now you go to the project. Okay. And then you go into the change of the working time. And this is the, you see, this is the personal calendar of this the person.
Yes, of this worker one.
Yeah. So he wants to take a personal leave on the August 4th. So you scroll to the month of the August. And you place your cursor on the 4th. And you write here, celebrate birthday. Celebrate birthday. So that's why he wants to take a leave. He wants to celebrate with his family. And press enter. So do you see that this celebrate birthday has been marked as an off day?
Mhm.
4th. Okay. Now click on the OK and let's see an impact on the timesheet.
That's changed to 10th.
You see that this has gone blank.
Yes.
So you can see it in the timesheet, but you won't be able to see it on the Gantt bar, because on the Gantt bar only company holidays are represented. Personal vacations are not represented on the Gantt bar. If the personal vacation is put on the Gantt bar, then it will be given to all. Right?
Yes.
You get my point? Because
Yes.
here you can see that this thing shifted to here, right?
Yes.
And this is the finish date. Now let's have a look at the Gantt bar. That what does it look like? Just go into the Gantt chart.
Should I Control S? Should I save this first?
Yes, yes. That's a good practice.
Because it's in blue. Yeah.
Because if this data is good, you should save it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do you see it has shifted to the 10th? But
Bless you.
Thursday, thanks. So Thursday is an off day, but the Thursday is not represented in the red color here because that's a personal thing.
Yes.
Okay. So if a person is taking the personal leave and he's getting the company leave, so the finish date will be calculated based upon both the calendar, the company calendar and the personal calendar. So Microsoft project is giving you a realistic finish date, which is 10th of the August. Because this is the outcome of the person, okay, taking the leave. Okay, now tell me, what do you expect the finish date to be if I remove this person from the task?
If we remove this person from the task.
Yeah. So what will be the finish date then?
Then there will be nobody to do the job. The finish date will be...
No. The finish date will be still calculated, but yeah, you're right. There will nobody do the job, but the duration will still calculate the finish date. So what finish date will be calculated?
It will come back to night because the person is not taking holiday. We don't know if the new person is taking holiday.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So now you are thinking like a project manager. Yes. The project manager are thinking of constraint, time, schedule, because technical people, they think of engineering things. Now, what do you do? This task is already selected. You click on the resource button, apply resource button. Now, to remove a resource is very simple. You select a resource and you click on the remove button. So that will remove the person from the activity, from the task. You click on the remove. No, you click this remove buttons. Click this. Yeah, click it. Okay. Now you just close this box. Click on the close button. Do you see the finish date has come back to the 9th?
Right. Yeah.
Because this is only being scheduled by the project calendar. The resource calendar comes into the effect only when you apply a resource. Since you are not applying a resource, so this activity is being scheduled by the project calendar only. Right? Is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay, so this is the thing. This is how the Microsoft project works. Suppose if I apply another person who is not taking a leave, then it will finish on the 9th. So let's do it. Let's see. Okay, so let's go into the resource sheet. And you create here worker 2. And this guy is not taking a leave. Okay. Now you come to the Gantt chart and you select the activity and assign the resource. No, you cancel this. Click on the assign resource. Now this time you select the worker 2 and click on the assign. Okay, and click on the close. So do you see that the finish date is 9th? Because the worker 2 is not taking any personal leave.
Yes.
Okay, now what if I replace the worker 2 with the worker 1? So what will be the finish date then?
If we replace worker 2, worker 1, it will go back to the 10th because the worker 1 is taking
Good,
holiday.
good. Very good, very good. Okay. Now let us do the same thing. Let us replace. Now there is a replace of the facility as well here. Okay. Yeah. Now you click this. Now, do you see the replace button here? Yeah, click it. And it is asking you for the replacement. Who should be the replacement? Then you select the worker 1. So what the software will do, it will remove the worker 2 and apply worker 1 to the task. Now click OK. Click on the OK button here. Can you hear my voice? Okay, so you share your screen once again. And I hope the data was saved and we can continue from the point.
Should I click lesson? Let me share my screen first.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think we are fairly good. So worker 1. So we have lost some. So we need to set this. Okay. Okay. So what we were trying to do, first of all, let us set up the time format, a compact one. So we were not using this, so we were using this one. Okay, and our columns were optimized. Okay, and we had the worker one, and let us save it till this point. Now, what we were trying to see that how to replace and what is the effect of the replace. To see the effect of the replace, so what do? You select the task one
Yes.
and you click on, select it lightly and click on
Yes.
the assign resource button. No, you press the escape because so that it comes
Yeah.
up.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Then click the replace.
Oh, the worker two is gone. So you click on the close. We'll first create the worker two. Okay. Now come to the resource sheet. We need to create the worker two. So that we can see the effect of the replace. So click here, worker two, and save it. I think we worked a lot. We didn't save it for long.
Mm-hmm.
Now do Control S.
Yes, I have.
Now come back to the Gantt chart.
Then click on this.
Yeah.
Go
So
to resource.
first one and click on the no. Just wait. You come back to the Gantt chart.
Gantt chart.
Here.
Yes.
Okay, and let me first point out things. Okay, then you do. You select task one,
Mm-hmm.
and then you click on the assign resource. Now you click on the replace button,
Mm-hmm.
and you select the worker two,
Mm-hmm.
and then click on the OK. So you are replacing the replacing the worker two with the worker one. No. The replacement hasn't happened because yes, you have replaced it. Yeah, correct. So you're getting the right result. So click on the close. See, earlier the activity was finishing on the 10th because the worker one was having 1 day leave.
Yes.
But since we have replaced the worker one with the worker two, so who has not taken any leave, so his activity will be almost scheduled by the project calendar only, right? So is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. So this is showing the effect of the resource calendar on the schedule of an activity. It means if people take a lot of leaves, personal leave, and so now what is the best practice? People should declare it in the beginning when we are planning the project. Okay, they should but take it out of their tummies, the fact that they're going to take a leave during the project and put it on the table in front of the project manager, so that the project manager can factor it in and see that how the project is going to finish. Okay, if I accept all the requests, then the project manager, if he finds that the project is exceeding the finish date expected by the client, then he can find replacement resources. Like if someone says, oh, sir, I'm going to get married. My wife is going to have a baby. So, you can't just say no, right?
Yes.
So in those cases, you'll have to let people take the leave. So, and in those cases, so what you will do that you will find a substitute resource to continue the work while the original resource is away, right?
Yes.
Just like we have a substitute tire in the car boot. Okay, so the fifth one. So if I'm traveling on a long journey and in the middle of the highway and I have a breakdown, so my tire goes flat, so I can use that one, right? So that one works for me. Okay. Now, this is the combination of the project and the resource calendar. So is the resource calendar clear?
Very clear.
Now, what is the best practice? The best practice is that resource calendar is useful if you get all your team members to declare their planned personal leaves. If they don't declare to you, then Microsoft project isn't going to guess it and give you the correct finish date, right? Is this clear?
Very clear.
So this must be done before starting the project. So you should plan in the company-based holidays, and you should plan in the resource-based personal leaves. Now there is a third kind of a calendar, which is called the task calendar. Now, what is the purpose of the task calendar? Suppose if you have any kind of an activity which has to be done like a process. Now, the process says that if you start with some batch material, you must complete it continuously. You just can't keep it waiting, right? So it will cancel the company holidays. It will cancel the worker leave also. Now let us do this thing. Now on this task, let us reassign the worker one. Let us reassign the worker one. So we replace the worker two. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So no. You press escape.
Yes. Then
You click this button.
yes. Then I go to replace.
Replace, yeah. Then
I click worker one.
Yeah, worker one.
Then I click OK.
Click OK. Then this task will go to 10th.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the task has been scheduled taking into account the off day of the company and off day of the worker. Okay. Now click on the close. Now we have to create a task calendar in which the process will be done in a continuous fashion. It means that it will be completed instead of the 10th of the August. You know, the activity will be completed starting from the Monday. Okay, it will start from the Monday and it will finish on the Saturday, right? It will be completed like this green band. Okay, now let us do this thing. Let us create a task calendar. Now this task calendar is a special calendar, so which is used on a selective basis. It is not always used. We only use it on certain activities which have to be done in a continuous fashion. That is once in a while, not always. Right. Now, what do? We go into the option project, click on the project. And we click on the change working time. Now here, if you look toward the right corner, you will see an option, create new calendar.
Yeah, should I click it?
Yeah, click it. Now, here it says copy of standard because it has to be starting with a copy. It must have something to copy from. Then you can modify this. Now you write here urgent task. You write here urgent task in the name.
Okay.
Yeah, in the name column, you write urgent task. Okay, and you put right in the bracket.
In the brackets, okay.
In the bracket, you write 7 days multiplied by 8 hours. This is to indicate the nature of the calendar, right? 8 hours and close the bracket. Okay. Now click on the OK to create this calendar. Now this calendar will be a copy of the standard, but we will modify by removing all the off days so that it truly becomes a 7 days working calendar. So first of all, you click on this and click delete. No, you delete this one as well. Now go to the work week and you select the details. And we are going to make the Sunday as a work day, right? Click on the details. Now select Sunday and you select the third radio button, set days to the specific working time. And here you enter 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. just like before, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And in the second row, you enter 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So it will make the Sunday just like any other working day in the project, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. And click on the OK. Okay. Do you see that all the days are white now?
Yes.
Actually, you should confirm it by running through the calendar. So you click here and run through the calendar. Scroll to the various months. Do you see that? Now, you know, yes. It is said perpetually. I don't know how long it can take, maybe 100 years. So it is all said perpetually, right? So this is the same pattern Now, what is the pattern? 8 hours of the work without any off day, right? So we have created this calendar. So once we have created this calendar, click on the OK. Now you save this also, save it. Okay, so you have done, save it. Now, right now, if you look at the task calendar has been created, but you know, the task calendar is a calendar which does not get applied automatically. Automatically, the project calendar gets applied on all the activities. Automatically, the resource calendar gets applied only when you apply a resource on a particular task. And the task calendar is applied when you apply the task calendar onto the task yourself. So you'll have to do it because it will not apply the task calendar by default. Now, let us go into the timesheet. So how to go into the timesheet? You go into the task usage. So now let us get the timesheet. Select the worker one, and you click on the scroll to task. So you'll get the timesheet. So the timesheet is brought to you. Okay. And you can bring it a little bit near to the task by clicking here. So it comes very much near to the task, and it is easier to see them side by side. Now, what is going to happen if you apply the task calendar? So, you know, all these days will get populated 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. And these three days will be blanks.
Yes.
3 days of the activities will be shifted there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fine. Now, let us do this thing. Let us apply the task calendar and see. To apply the task calendar, you select the task and right-click the task and go to the information. And in the information, you can see a lot of information. You select advanced tab here. And in the advanced tab, do you see this calendar option is there?
Yes.
So right now it is saying none. Actually, it is not none. Actually, what it means to say by none is that it could be a combination of project or the project plus resource calendar. It is not none actually. So calendar can't be none because the calendar by default is at least the project calendar. Now, let us do this thing. Let us click on the drop down. And in the drop down, you can see the urgent task calendar.
Yeah.
So now, after selecting, we select this checkbox. So what does the checkbox do? Scheduling ignores resource. Why? We need to ignore the resource calendar because if I also let the scheduling calendar jump into the party, it's going to bring in its own colors, right? Do you get the point?
Yes.
So I want to keep this guy out of the party. Okay. Only the urgent task is the calendar, which is going to have an effect upon the schedule. Why? Because I want this task to be completed continuously over 7 days or any number of the days which has been planned for. Because if I don't complete the batch process, okay, without continuity, then it's going to stall the machine. It's going to stall the plant. That is the reason. So scheduling ignores the resource calendar. So if the resource is having any leave or off day, so that will be ignored. Only this calendar will be the prevalent calendar. Now let's see that what happens. So right now, what is the situation like? So some of the days are off, right? Okay, so keeping an eye on the screen below. So what you do, that you click on the OK. Okay, do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, now if you change the duration here to 7 days, let's see that what happens. Correct. Present. Do you see the job is
What's this?
scheduled on the Sunday as well?
Yeah.
So now let me tell you what is the meaning in the indicator column. See, in the indicator column, it is telling you two things. Just read it. Read the first one.
The calendar urgent task is assigned to the task. The task is set to ignore resource calendar for scheduling.
That's a very plain English. I don't need to explain that to you, right?
Yeah.
I'll explain the second point. The second point says the task has over allocated
resources.
Now, what does it mean? So this person who is not supposed to be working on Wednesday, he was not supposed to be working on the Saturday or the Sunday. So actually you are using him beyond his capacity to work. So his capacity to work is being utilized on the days when he is not available, right? Is this clear? So that's is overall. So I'm not actually going to use him, but I'm going to use a substitute. So what I want you to do is that you select the worker one and right click on him and go into the notes, go into the information, no, go into the notes. Yeah. Click on the notes and you write in the note, a substitute will work on the off days. A substitute resource will work on off days. Now you will learn the notes as well. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Now, once you click on the OK, this note will appear next to the worker on the indicator column. So indicator column indicates any information you have. So if you hover the cursor, you can read the note. You don't have to click on it, right?
Yes.
So this is the task calendar. So right now the task calendar is controlling, and you can not only see here, but you can see it here also. Here also you can see it says the task calendar is controlling this. That's why the 7 days of the work is being done exactly on all the 7 days, and it is bypassing the company off days. It is bypassing the personal leave of the worker.
Yes.
Now, what is going to happen if I remove the task calendar? So it is going to swing back according to the worker calendar, right? And yes, worker calendar is a combination of the company off and the personal leave. Okay, so the worker calendar contains both data. It contains the data of the project calendar because it is a child of the project calendar.
Yes.
Right. So it will contain the information of the project calendar, plus it will contain the personal leave, which is planned by the worker. Right. So it contains both. So if I remove the task calendar, it will swing back to the worker calendar. Right.
Yes.
Let's see. Let us go into the task usage, because we can see the pattern, because from here we can't see which are work and which are. So go to the task usage. Okay. Now let us have a good look at this. Okay. Just have a good look. So these are all continuous, right? Now, now let us do this thing. Select task one and you right click on the task one and go into the information. And then you go into the advanced tab. In the advanced tab, you select the calendar as none. So none is actually not none, but none is according to the prevalent resource or project. So click on the OK. So what do you see?
It's back. It's back. The holiday is back and the weekend. The company holiday and the worker holiday is back.
Okay. Now, what if I remove the worker from here? So select the task one, and now, no, if you remove the worker one, we won't be able to see the schedule. Okay. So we won't, because the schedule is being created, because what will happen if I remove this, the worker, this task will get completed earlier, but we have to see it in the Gantt chart. See, right now, what is the finish date?
11.
Finish date is the 11. Let's see what is the natural completion of this task according to the project. So click on this. And now you just click the button remove. So remove will remove this person. Okay, now click on the close. So this is the natural completion of the task inside the, according to the project calendar. You see that?
Yep.
10 days. So this is the 10th August, but actually it is the 7 days of the work. So why it is the 7 days of the work? So once again, just to remind you, because there are 3 non-work days. So 7 plus 3 is equal to 10, right? Because the finish date is being pushed by these 3 non-working days.
Working days, yep.
If you put more non-working days inside it, so that's going to push the finish date. Okay. So is this clear?
Very clear.
So there are 3 kind of calendars. Project calendar is created when we create a project.
And task calendar.
Then we have a resource calendar. Resource calendar is created when we create a resource. The purpose of the resource calendar is to accommodate the planned leave days or off days of a resource. Right?
Yes.
So resource calendar is created only for the work type calendar, not for the material. Because material is not a person or a machine. Material is always available whenever you need it. Right?
Yes.
Materials don't take leave, so there is no material calendar, right? So,
yes.
And why do the machines need a personal calendar? Because the machines can be scheduled for maintenance. So during the maintenance period, so they would not be available on certain days of the year. So, you can see what is the impact on the finish date of your project. If a particular machinery you are trying to use is not available on particular days, so then you can decide whether you should wait for the machine to come back or you want another one to be hired. Right? So is this okay? And the third kind of the calendar is the task calendar. So the task calendar is a calendar which is applied on need basis. Right? It is created by the user and it is applied on need basis. Okay. So is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. Now we are going to take the lunch break because it's right now it is 2:20 p.m. So we will meet after 1 hour. So what you can do that you can take some nap. Okay. So
okay. Good.
yeah, you should do it because you woke up so early. So
yeah.
okay, now we are going to understand the critical path. So what we need to do, we need to save this. Okay. Okay, now you grab the mouse.
Okay.
Now we are going to understand the critical path. Okay, critical path flow and all that. Now, what we are going to do that we are going to remove the holidays. So to remove that, we need to go on to the calendar. So you go into the project calendar and you click on the delete. And once again, you click on the delete.
Okay.
Now click on the OK. So you have removed the holidays. Okay, only the Sunday remains. Now, what is a critical path? So it is said that critical path is the longest path and which has a zero float. Now, the float here is called the start slack. Now, what do? You place your cursor here on this column. And now you select this column. Now click on the insert column button. And from here, you select a field called start slack. Start slack. So you delete this text.
Slack. Okay.
Yeah. So actually, the slack is the float. Okay. So float is something that you know. So let us try to understand it. So now you go to go to the Gantt chart format. Yeah, keep that away. Yeah. And then you can see this. Do you see this critical task? This checkbox.
Yes.
And also the slack. You select.
Should I click the two?
Yeah. And also the slack. So as soon as you clicked on the critical task, this has been marked in the red. Okay, I'll just tell you that what is the reason that why the red color is used. So now here you create a task 2 of 6 days.
6 days?
Yeah, 6 days duration. Okay, create another task 3 here of 6 days duration. And create another task 4 of 6 days duration. Okay. Now, if you looked at the project duration, the project duration is getting, I mean, it is deriving from the longest path, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, if you go to the task 2 and made the duration as, let's say you made the duration as 10 days. Now do you see the longest path has been marked in red and the project is equating, I mean, equal to the longest path.
Yep.
So why the longest path is marked in the red color? I'll just tell you that what used to happen in the past. So in the past, whenever the plan would be created, it would look like this. Now what the project manager, he would do that he will take out a calculator. And I'm sure you know how to calculate the critical path.
Yes.
He would calculate the critical path and he will take a red pen. And with the red pen, he will mark the one with the zero slack. Okay, he will mark the one with the zero slack in the red color. So why is that so? Because if you looked at it carefully, that since the finish date is being defined by the activity which is the longest, this activity and the project, it does not have any gap. Do you see any gap between this activity and the project of the finish date?
No gap at all.
So there is no gap at all. So let me mark the finish date. So this is the finish date line, and this activity is defining the finish date, and the project is also. So getting the finish date derived from this longest path. Now, if this activity gets delayed, so can you foresee that if this activity gets delayed, it's going to push the finish date of the project, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, if there is a person working on the task 4 And if he takes 1 day off, is it going to push the finish date of the project?
No, it will not. On
No,
task
that will
four,
not.
no.
Yeah, because it is at a distance from the finish date. What is the distance? So we can count it. 1, 2, 3, and 4 days.
Yes.
It is 4 days at a distance of it is at a distance of 4 days from the finish date. And these 4 days are represented in the start slack column.
Ah,
Okay. Now,
okay.
if you looked at the slack of the critical path, that is 0.
0.
Now,
Ah,
why it would be called critical by the project managers? It would be called critical by the project managers if this path got delayed. So that is going to make the project delayed, and that makes them look bad. Okay, see, uh, whenever we get a contract, don't we, no, whenever we get a project, so don't we sign a contract?
yeah, we do.
So what is a contract? Contract is a written promise, and it contains many things which are promised. But one of the most important point is the promising, or the promise of delivering on time.
Yep.
So the main promise is that the contracting company, it promises to the client that we will deliver the outcome of the project or the outcome of the services that we are providing you as per the contract, as per the promise made in the contract. So contract is nothing but it's a written promise, and it is legally binding as well in many of the cases, right? Now,
Yeah.
no contracting company would like to look bad on their promise. So what do? So they calculate the critical path, and they make sure that all the resources are there on the critical path. Okay, so normally what you should be doing after you have completed planning the activities, and you have checked that the durations are correct, and you have checked that the relations are correct, so then you should basically call for a critical path meeting. So I'll just tell you in a moment that what is a critical path meeting and why you should call for it. Okay, so you make this task one as 12 days.
This has 12 days. Okay.
Yeah, no, task two as the 12 days.
I should make it 12.
Yeah. Okay, now do this thing. Now I want you to select task 3 and 4 and click on this button. Okay. You select 3 and 4 at once, and you click on this button. Okay, so once you click on this button, so what do you see? You see that after you are linking these two tasks in the finish to start, they add up to the total duration of the 12.
Yep.
And they also are now the critical path because both of them are equally longest as the longest path of the project. So this is the longest, and this is also equally longest.
Longest, yes.
So they're also critical paths. So what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that a project has a minimum one critical path always, right? But sometimes it can have more than one also, if coincidentally multiple paths are equal, okay?
Yeah.
In duration, so that will be also critical. Now, if you looked at the critical path, so once again, you would notice that the critical path is actually defining the finish date of the project, and the project outline, or you can say the project timeline, is only deriving the finish date from them, right?
Yeah.
I'm not putting any duration into the project. I'm only putting duration into these activities and the project timeline. This is called the timeline. All these are the timeline. This is the time scale.
Yep.
This project timeline is deriving from here and here both. Okay, so it means that if any of these activities are delayed, so it's going to push the finish date of the project, and it's going to make the contracting company look bad. on their promise. So we don't want to look bad on their on the promise we made on the paper. So first promise is that we are going to deliver on time. So that is why the project managers in earlier days, when there were no computers, they were doing the planning on the paper using a draft board. You know what they will do? They will take out a red pen and they will mark it like this. Now, after they are marking like this, so they will call for a meeting. You know, that meeting would be called the critical path meeting. But in those days, there was no facility to filter out the non-critical. Okay. So suppose you had another activity here, task 5, you just put here another activity. And if that activity was, say, something like 9 days, you put here task 5 and you write here 9 days. You create here the task 5. Here you create the task 5. And write here 9 days. 9 days. So, you know, we have got another non-critical. So
yes,
you task 6 and also put here 9 days. So we can see that we have got 3 critical activities, 1, 2, and 3, and
yeah,
there are 3 non-critical activities. So, you
yes,
know, since I have a computer technology, I have a software. So what we do these days, that when we call for the critical path meeting, we use a filter. So now I'm going to show you a filter that how does it work. So first of all, I'm going to write this, that why it is important to know the critical path, because normally what the trainers do, they will show you, oh, there's the critical path. Now, if you are a project manager, you are a project manager who is formally trained, you will be able to make it. That, okay, what am I supposed to do with that? But normally people that come to me, they don't even have the exposure to the fundamentals of the project manager. So they don't know what to do with the critical path, what is the critical path, what is the importance, how they are going to handle the critical path. And, you know, so it's very difficult. So people have been trained in Microsoft project. They only know how to push buttons. But my thought process is that a person should be able to use the Microsoft project based upon the fundamental upon which it has been created. Project management came first and Microsoft project came later, right?
yes,
So Microsoft project was born because project management was there, right? So to understand it, so the project managers would call for a critical path meeting. Now, what they are supposed to do in the critical path meeting, so that I will tell you. But first of all, when I call for the critical path meeting, I want to make sure that only critical path is visible on the screen, because it might be a lot of clutter. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to click on the view menu on the top, view. Okay. Now, in the view menu, you would notice that there is a filter.
Yep.
There is a button for a filter. So in the filter, there is a ready-made filter, I mean, which is pre-assigned filter called the critical. You can select that one, critical.
Oh.
Okay. So this critical filter, you know, that is going to be very good in removing the non-critical path. We are only seeing the critical paths, right? Now, in the critical path meeting, so I'm going to write some question that you should ask. So there are 3 guys sitting in front of you. They are team members. The first question you should ask them. Are you planning to take a leave during your activity? That is the first question. Why? Because if any of these guys, he takes a leave during his activity, that's going to push the finish date, right or wrong?
Right.
Okay, now what is the solution? If that guy says no, that's fine. But what to do if this guy says yes? So that sounds good.
Yeah.
See, in the car boot, you have an extra tire which is called the stepney tire. So what happens if any of the car tire goes bad or flat? You use that to substitute so
Use
that
the extra time.
you
Yeah.
continue with the journey. So there is no interruption in the journey, maybe for a brief while. So that is why we must plan early. Why? Because if you call the HR at the last moment, I need a skilled person. He say, look, this is a very rare skill. I just can't get you this person just like that. Okay, so we have to make sure that we plan in advance and we know. Now, what we can do that second question. Okay, so do you read this question? You can hear my voice? Uh, Data, you are here?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So sorry.
Yeah,
I'll have to fix this during the week. I did not know it was this bad.
yeah. Actually, now if you go out, I think you can get it fixed on the way back. So I believe that it's only the battery problem, not in the power supply.
But they really don't have. So I've called them during the break. They said they will order it, that I should come later in the week. Hello?
Oh, the data is unsaved. Okay, we didn't save much. Okay, so we just forgot that we are that we didn't save the data. So let me check. Let me go into the view and let me check the filter. It is no filter. We need to recreate the data. Okay, so not a problem.
I'm so sorry.
Which one? No, we were using the lesson 2. No. You pull up the file lesson 2. Okay. Just do this. I think the data would be saved here. You select the critical path.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we have them. So we just missed the filter part. So what you do, you select the filter critical and save it.
Yeah.
Control S.
Physical.
Yeah, you do a Control S. Now, the first question was, do
you planning to take a leave during your activity? If the answer is yes, we arrange a substitute equally skilled that can replace the person. Then we're on the second question.
during the
activity.
During your activity, because that's when it would be affected. During your activity, if he says yes, so then the answer is for you what to do. Arrange for equally skilled resource. So that's what you are supposed to do as a project manager. Okay. So you're supposed to make sure that you are able to cope up with the absence of that one, and it should not be affecting. So you should be planning ahead, much ahead. Second question is that, do you have any equipment that can break down during the task? So the question is that, do you have any equipment that can break down during the task? If the answer is no, you are fine. If the answer is yes, then what you are supposed to do? Then you say, arrange for standby, or send this one for preventive maintenance. Or send this one for the preventive maintenance. So is this clear?
Yeah, very clear.
Because if the man is there, but the machine is not there, then you can't do the task. Now, the third question is that, so, this is the question that you asked, that is the third one. Are you using material that can run in short supply during the task? Now, if the material runs in short supply during the task, then what happens? Man is there, machine is there, but the material is not there, right? So then what happens? So if he says yes, so what do? You say, order it now. Because what happens, the sooner you order for a material which might be in trouble, you might be able to know it, that, okay, it's in trouble. So you can't get it as a regular supply. So what do, that if you order it as early as possible, if you come to know about the troubles it can face, so you would be in a good position to order it from alternative sources, right? So you can note this fact in the beginning. Now there is a fourth question as well. Okay, so that is the fourth question. So what is the fourth question? What did I write here?
Is there any task?
Done. Down. Not down, but done.
Okay, done, but that requires last approval.
Done by the subcontractor and requires large cash approval, because what happens is that the subcontractors, they require to be paid regularly, and if you don't pay them, they might not turn up for work. So if there is because for the subcontractor, you need to pay cash, because the resources might be there in the company, but the cash approval process, it takes time. So if he says, yes, boss, I need some large cash approval. So what do you tell him? You tell him, take the approval now. Okay.
Yes.
Take the approval now, because you don't want to have a schedule risk on the critical path, because if you have any of the resources missing, so you can shorten the memory to aid your memory. You can remember it like this: 3M plus 1C, right? 3M plus 1C check. The 3M is man, machine, material.
Material.
If man is there, machine is there, material is there, task can't happen. If man and material is there, but the machine is not there, again the same problem, right? And if the material and machine is there, but no man, so you can't do anything at all. Okay, so you have to understand this thing in the beginning. So on the critical path, we just do this thing because on the critical path, there is no room for delay. Do you see any room for the delay here? So
No.
there is no float, there is no slack. There is no float or the slack. So this is a known risk. So we always take care of the known risk like this. So it is a risk of the schedule delay due to the lack of resource. We ensure that the critical path should not have a known risk and delay the project. So there are two kinds of risk, known and unknown risk. So the known risk is something that we can predict to a large extent and we can deal with it. And unknown risk are something we can't predict. So what can the unknown risk be like? Can you predict the next wave of the COVID?
No.
No, you can't predict that. Can you predict an earthquake? You can't predict an earthquake. Can you predict tsunami in the sea? No, you can't predict. Okay, and if any of these unknown risks have a potential to impact your project site, so what do? You for that before the projects, such kind of clauses are written force majeure. Force majeure means a situation which is beyond the control of man. So we write there, so the loss will be borne by both the parties equally in case of a major risk, but in case of a risk which is known. So what is a known risk? Missing resources on the critical path. So this is something you can plan for by looking at the critical path and calling for the critical path meeting. So in which you will call the assigned resources, okay, who have been assigned this task or these activities. So they are going to answer you these 4 questions and you will be able to find out if any of the critical path activities could be delayed. Okay, so is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. Now what we are going to do that we are going to understand the near critical path. Have you heard of something called near critical path?
No.
No.
But by the way it sounds, I think I understand it. The activities that are the tasks that are close to the critical path.
Yes, you guessed it right. But how to plan it here in the Microsoft project, that I'm going to teach you, because that is also very important, because the near critical path is never ever taught by anybody in Microsoft project, because it's not part of Microsoft project, because it's a project management fundamental. Many of the trainers, they are just the office trainers. So they're teaching Word, Excel, Microsoft project as well. So they're teaching you the features of the project. But here I'm going to not only teach you the software, but I'm going to teach you that what may not have been covered in the Prince2 or the PMP. Even the PMP does not teach near critical path.
Yes.
But,
I'm learning a lot of things today. I'm very happy.
Because a lot of people, because I've been doing project management since long, so I know that the near critical path is also very important for a project manager to know and plan for. Now, what do? You remove the filter. You go to this filter and select no filter on the top. So it shows me all the activities, right? Now, what do? That you make this activity, this 9-day activity as 15 days. Task 6, you make it into 15. Now, what happens? And do a control S.
It's now the new critical path.
Now, it has become the new critical path, but there are certain activities which are near to it. Please make a save. I don't know, so it might go off.
Yes, okay, yes.
So, okay.
I've saved it.
Yeah. So this is the new critical path, but there are 2 activities which are near to it. Do you see that? These 2 activities are near to it. And they are only 3 days short.
Bless you.
Okay. These are only 3 days short of the finish date. Now they have a potential to delay the project also, because what happens, it has been observed, when you start a project, the critical path is stable. Okay. Now the critical path is, it is behaving like a good boy and it finishes in 15 days. Now, these two guys, they behave like bad boys, right? These two are actually the 12 days activities. They behave like bad boys. You know what happens? It has been observed that the seemingly good boys in the beginning, they extend beyond the known finish date and they delay the project, right?
Yes.
So that is why we call them near critical path, matlab nearly bad, but not as bad, but really bad when the project starts. Now, how to deal with them? So we set up a policy within the organization that if any of the path is near the critical, near the finish date of the project and is just short by 3 days, so that would be also treated as the critical path and will be also prepared with resources just like the critical path, right? Okay,
Yes.
how to set up this policy? We have stated the policy. We now have to implement this, right? So in the Microsoft project, you can implement the near critical path. So this 3 days, 4 days, that's your choice. Okay, so that is dependent upon your wisdom, and it is left to your expert judgment that how many days you choose, how many days of the slack you choose to implement the near critical path. Now let us do this thing. Let us go into the Microsoft project setting and set up the near critical path. Okay. Now to set up the near critical path, you click on the file option. Then you click on the options, which is at the bottom. After that, you go into the advanced. Okay, in the advanced, you scroll to the bottom and you will see that option there. Click on the scroller button here.
Okay.
Yeah, continue to scroll till you reach the bottom. You know, it's there at the very end. You know, I would also, I used to sometimes think it's in the schedule. Sometimes I would think it's in the advanced, but it is really in the advanced. Okay, read this.
Tasks are critical if Slack is less than or equal to. Then we'll put it there. If it's 3, 4, 5, any day we decide in the policy.
Now, this 0 days, technically 0 is fine, but practically it's not fine. So what do? You put here 3 and press OK. And you click on the OK. Now, once you click on the OK, even these two activities, they are marked as the critical. You see that?
Yep.
Because they're just 3 days short. Okay, let's do a check. Just go to the task 2 and reduce the duration to 11. And see that if it still looks like critical. No,
it doesn't.
Now you make it back into the 12. So once it touches the critical boundary, so it will be marked as the critical. No, you first delete the whole thing. Just type 12D, smaller d. Yeah. So this is marked as the critical. Now you Control S, you save this, save the file, and you apply the filter for the critical. And we want to see that if it is chosen as the critical or not after the filter. After the filter, these also appear as in the list of the critical activities only. Now, how many people you are going to call into the meeting? See, count the number of the activities.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
4.
Now these 4 guys are sitting in front of you. Now these 3 people, those who are assigned on task 2, 3, and 4. Now these 3 are asking you, boss, why did you call us for the critical path meeting? Our activities aren't critical. They have a slack of 3 days. Why are we here in this meeting? So what do you explain to them? So you explain to them that your activity is being very near to the finish date, just only 3 days short. So we have a policy in the project, in this particular project, that if any activity or the task is near to the finish date only just by 3 days, it would be also treated and prepared like a critical activity and path. So I would like to know these 4 conditions for 3M plus 1C, man-machine material. Okay. So the activity which you have right now will be also treated as critical because they are nearly critical. They are not technically critical, but they are practically critical. Do you get the point?
Very much.
because they have the potential to delay the project. Once they start, the critical path might behave like a good boy and it might finish. And these two guys, these three guys, and they have the potential to delay the project because they don't seem like critical in the beginning, but they become critical, not only critical, but they exceed the current finish date of the project and they delay the project. So that's why we would like to plan for them and also make sure we observe them closely while doing the work and ensure that they don't exceed the finish date of the project. So is that right?
Very much.
Okay. So that is the benefit of knowing the near critical path. Okay. So I'm sure that you would remember the near critical path.
Absolutely.
And you would know how to set that.
Absolutely. Then I'll always go back when you give me the video to go and learn so it can stay in my head.
Yeah, absolutely. So, when you are doing so much project management, so you should call for this meeting. You should call these people for the critical path meeting and also set up the near critical path. You can set it up according to the length of your project. So the hint is that you can set up 1 day of the slack for 1 month. Suppose if you're having a 1-year project, so 1-year project involves 12 days. So you can set the critical path boundary to 12 days because it's very normal to lose 1 day per month, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it's not a big deal. So you can lose 1 day per month. So you can set the near critical path just at the 12 days boundary. So if it is just 12 days behind the finish date of the project, which is based upon the good values, okay? So that would be also treated as critical and those activities would be planned for as well, just like the critical activities, because the near critical activities also have a potential to delay the project. Okay, because they can sometimes face some technical problems or other external factors which are beyond your control, and they can expand and they can suddenly, they can expand and push beyond the finish date. So you want to make sure that you are observing them, you are monitoring and controlling them closely so that the critical remains where it is and the near critical does not expand. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to remove this rule. Now, how to remove this rule? Okay. Once again, you click on the file. And in fact, on the way, we would like to set up the short date format. Click on the options. Options is at the bottom. So first of all, you select the date format, which is the compact one, DDMMYY. You select this one.
This one?
This one. Correct. Now you click on the advanced option and go to the bottom. Just scroll from here. Yeah, you can drag that one and you set this back to 0. Okay, just type here 0. Okay, and then click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, the near critical path rule is removed. Okay, and then you can save the file. Okay, save it.
Yes, I've saved it. Yes.
Okay, done. Okay, now what is the next rule for the scheduling and next to the critical? Let's look at what else is impacting the schedule. Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Great. Now we are going to learn this lead and lag time. So now what do? You come back into the Microsoft project. Okay, now what do? Go into the file option and select save as. And save as and click on the projects. And you change the 2 into 3. The number 2, you replace that with the 3. And remove the word critical path and you write here, you can write here dependencies. DEPEN, dependencies. Okay, so let me help it out. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, perfect. Good. Save. Okay, now we will not only learn the dependency, we will also learn the WBS, right? Now, what do? You select these 4 activities and delete them.
These 4?
Yeah, these
Okay.
four you delete. You can delete them at once also by selecting.
Aha. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, let me
Yeah,
try.
you can select multiple using the shift down button. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's good. So you hit the delete button and they are deleted.
Oh, okay, good.
Now, there are four kind of dependence. Oh, I think some activities there, which is a filter, which is in the filter. So we need to remove that. So you first of all, you remove the filter.
Okay, no filter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these two guys are also there. So they were hiding under the filter. Okay.
Should I delete them?
Yeah, delete them also. And once you delete them, you will see the duration will be set to 0.
Yep.
So when you have no task, so it will show the start and the finish date as the first of the August. So which is the planned start of the project. See, anytime you can change the planned start of the project, and all the activities will be automatically rescheduled.
Push that out.
Rescheduled, which is not possible in the Excel. In the Excel, that's a lot of trouble. Okay, to reschedule the activities. Okay, now what we are going to do, that we are going to create four groups. These are, so first of all, you go to the row 1 and you write here finish to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, here you write finish to start. F capital and S capital as well. Finish to start. Okay. Now in this finish to start, what do? You write here. Okay, just a moment. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you write in the next one here. I'm putting this arrow. You write here start to start.
In the next one?
No, here in the
Okay.
Yeah, you write here start to start. No, and then in the next one you write finish to finish. Finish to finish. And then in the next one you write here start to finish. Okay, so you do a Control S.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sure you do know predecessor and successor, but I just want to make sure that it is refreshed a little bit. Okay, so I'll open my notes here. So actually this is my whiteboard. So if we were sitting in the classroom, I would be writing on the whiteboard. Okay, so this is my whiteboard. Now let me explain to you the meaning of the predecessor and the successor. Now to set up a relationship, okay, or a dependency, we need minimum 2 activities, right?
Yes.
Or minimum 2 tasks. So one of the tasks would be called the predecessor and one would be called the successor, because see, predecessor and successor, they have a meaning in English. In the English,
Yes.
purely English, the predecessor means ancestor and successor means descendant, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. But in the project management, the meaning is different. In the project management, this is the meaning of the predecessor. Please read the red text.
Predecessor task is the one which controls the start or the or finish date of the successor start.
So the predecessor is the one who is the boss. It controls the
Yes.
successor, and the successor is the one which is getting controlled. Okay. Now, if you look at a task, it has got 2 dates, start date and finish date. No? Just like a bar magnet, you must have used bar magnet in the school, in the physics experiment. So the bar magnets have a North Pole and a South Pole. Right? So similarly, every task has a start date and a finish date. Now, if you look at the start and the finish, 2, and if I say 2 multiplied by 2, then what is the result? 4.
4.
So it means that if you remember the permutation and combination which you did in the maths, so the total combination you can get by combining 4 dates. So I mean, the combining the 2 dates from both these activities is 4 possible combination. Now, the one of the most prevalent combination is the finish to start. Now, in the finish to start, the combination is looking like this. In the control would start from the finish, and the arrow would touch the start date. So it means what? It means that the finish date of the predecessor is controlling the start date of the successor. And if you want to know that what is the conversation between them, read this.
When I finish, then you can start.
Yeah, this is what the predecessor says to the successor, because its finish date is controlling the start date. If the finish happens later, the start would happen later. If it finishes earlier, then the start can also start. I mean, start
Yes.
date can be earlier for the successor. So that is the first one. And first one, so being the most common, it is set up by default in every software, right? So if you just link to activity, they will be linked in the finish to start by default, because that is the most prevalent one. Now in the second one, the start date of the predecessor controls the start date of the successor. So it looks like this in the Gantt chart. So what is the statement here?
When I start, then you can start.
When I start, then you can also start. So this is the statement here, right? So in the third one, in the third condition, it is like this: finish to finish, like this. Okay, the finish date of the predecessor is controlling the finish date of the successor. So also, what is the statement?
When I finish, then you can also finish.
When I finish, then you also finish. So that's the statement. Now, in the fourth situation, it is the start date, okay, of the predecessor controls the finish date of the successor. Okay, so this is what it says. So it says that before I start, you should be
finished.
Okay, so is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay, now there is one more condition here. Please read this.
Start date is predetermined.
Yeah, so the start date in the start to finish relationship is a predetermined date. It is not a date which is naturally calculated. It is a predetermined and a fixed date, which its a start is basically controlled by factors external to the project. Okay, so you have to plan to confirm to its start date. Okay, so we will see in a while with an example. So is the predecessor and successor theory is clear?
Very clear.
Okay, so remember, predecessor is the boss. Simple. So it is controlling the start and finish date of the successor in 4 possible combination, the most common being finish to start. Now let's see that how does Microsoft project help us in establishing the dependencies or the relationship. So now you come to the project, Microsoft project. Okay, fine. Now, as I was talking to my friends who are civil engineers, so they say that whenever we make a structure, so we do 4 activities in finish to starts. So let me tell you those activities. You write the first one here. You write here that first activity would be, yeah, just go to the row. No. Go to the row.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The arrow. Okay. You write here excavation. EXCAVATION, excavation. So excavation means digging out. Okay. So what do? You push that in, indent it. Use the indent. So it will become a child. Now put a duration of 6 days here. No. Sorry. You just only press F2 here. Just press F2 here. You can only edit that cell. You put here 6 days. Okay. Okay. Fine. Now in the next to the excavation, you write here PCC in the capital letter. I will tell you the full form. No, PCC, P for, you can say P for Puma. Okay, PCC, and you press enter. Press enter. Next activity, you write reinforcement, REIN, reinforcement. So what they do next is reinforcement. And next one, yeah, no, the earlier spelling was fine, reinforcement.
Yes.
Yeah, REIN, enforcement. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. And after the reinforcement, you write what they do next. After the reinforcement is they do shuttering, 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 and press enter. Okay, so now these activities are also supposed to be 6 days. Now I'm going to teach you a technique that how you can put the common data in multiple activities. Now you select these 3. And we want to make them 6 days. You select 3 of them. Now you right click on them. Now after doing the right click, so you will see an option here, information. Yeah, click that one. And you see a duration cell here. So you put here 6D and click on the OK. 6D and click on the OK. And once you do that, it gets applied onto these 3. Because there are certain pieces of the information, like duration or anything else, which you can put here like this. Now, PCC means plain cementing and concreting, which they do next. And after that, they do reinforcement. After that, they do the shuttering. Okay. Now, at this point of time, we have no need for the start slack, so we can hide it. So you hide this column, start slack.
Okay.
So you can conveniently unhide it later if you need that. Now, what we need more is the predecessor column. So we bring it near to us. Now, the PCC is going to happen after the excavation. So it means that the predecessor of the PCC is excavation. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into this cell for the PCC, place your cursor here. And I want to set excavation as a predecessor because this is a predecessor column. I want to tell the PCC, your predecessor. Now, what is the house address of the excavation? Just look at this.
Number 2.
So what do? You write here 2FS, 2FS. And FS you put up in short form. Okay, small letters. And press enter. Now, what happens is that as soon as you write to FS, a relationship is established. So this is the finish to start. Do you see that?
Yeah.
The finish side of the excavation is controlling the start side of the PCC. Do you see that? That is finish to start. Now, there is one more thing here, so which you might have noticed as you type the the letters FS, they have disappeared.
Yes, the 2 remained.
Yeah, but in case you are going to write any other relationship, they are not going to disappear. So what happens that in the earlier times, so people were doing a lot of this work on the paper using the draft board, and they used to do a lot of things manually. So just to save time and pencils, so what they would do, they established a norm that since the finish to start is so common, we are not going to write that one. Something else. So we'll write it. So the Microsoft project has carried the tradition here. Okay. So even if you type the FS, so that's not going to show up. Okay. And I'll show you something more. You delete this using the delete key.
I should delete this?
Yeah. Just press the delete key on your keypad. And press enter. Okay, the relationship is disconnected or broken. Yeah. Now you would just go into the cell and you just type only 2. Don't type the FS. Just type 2 and press enter. Why it is establishing the finish to start relationship? Because
Yes.
this is the default one.
Okay.
So if you're going to put finish to start, you don't have to type the FS. Okay. So that saves you typing. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Now, who is the predecessor for the reinforcement? It is PCC. And what is the house address of the PCC?
3.
3. So you just put 3 here and press
Okay.
enter.
Mm.
You see that finish to start is established by default.
Mhm.
Okay. And who is the predecessor for the shuttering?
4.
Reinforcement. Reinforcement house address is 4. Right? So this relationship is established. So now at this point of time, since we don't need the task mode column, we can hide it for a while. Okay, so that we can see the address very near to the activity. So we can see that all these 4 activities have been related in the finish to start column. Now we see it in action, because in this, what does it say here?
When I finish, then you can start.
Well, let us see this statement in action. Okay. Now here is the action. So what do you do? Increase the duration of the excavation to 4 days, and you observe the Gantt chart. I mean, increase it to 10 days. I mean, increase it by 4 days means 10 days.
Mm.
Did you notice what happened? See,
Yeah.
the excavation pushed the PCC, and the PCC pushed the reinforcement, and the
Reinforcement
push
the shuttering. Yeah.
because they are a predecessor and a successor simultaneously. So PCC is a successor of the excavation, but PCC is also a predecessor to reinforcement, and reinforcement in turn is a predecessor to shuttering. So when the excavation pushed, so these two also pushed each other down the line. Okay, now just do this thing. Reduce the duration of the excavation to 4 and see that what happens, and keep your eye on the Gantt chart.
Oh.
You see that? So
Yeah.
the excavation finished earlier. So then it says, okay, I finished earlier. So PCC, you can start earlier. Then PCC says to the reinforcement, you can start earlier because I'm finishing earlier. Then reinforcement says to the shuttering, you can start earlier because I am finishing earlier. Right? So,
Yes.
so is that good?
Very good.
Okay. So this is the finish to start. So here, this finish date is controlling the start date of the successor. So, if you look at this activity, so this activity has a predecessor, this one has a predecessor, this one has a predecessor, Okay, now you tell me, does excavation has a predecessor?
No.
No, it does not have a predecessor because it is the earliest activity in the project, and all the earliest activity in the project, they derive their start date from the planned start date of the project. And where do you input the planned start date of the project? You input the planned start date of the project in the option project. Yeah, just click on this. And you then click on the project in information, and you change the date to the 8th. Change it to 8th, next week. Okay, and click on OK. As soon as you click on the OK, you know, all these activities, they get automatically rescheduled. The entire project gets rescheduled from 8th of the August. And you would see that all these cells are blue because
Yep.
these have been impacted, right? Okay, now what do you do? Go into the project information and bring them back to the 1.
To the first. To the first.
Yeah, so it has come back to the 1. See, here they have come back to the 1. Okay, you want to see that what happens when it goes to the 8. See, I go to the calendar and I select 8, and I will see. Just wait. See, right now, so let me put a line. Right now it is 1, and let me put a green line. So after I click on the OK button, it is going to shift to the green one. See this. You see that?
Yeah.
See. I want you to notice this date.
Yep.
This is 8. You see that?
Yeah. 8th of August.
Okay, 8th of the August. Now, if you do a Control Z, it will have the same effect. Just do a Control Z. See, it has now shifted back to the 1st. Do you see that starting date?
I see it, 1st of August.
Yeah. So you do a Control S now, or you save this from here. Okay, good. Now let us bring it near to the here. Now let's say that we reset the duration of the excavation back to 6 days. Then what happens? Back to 6 days. So you know it has the successors, right? Okay, now let me show you something more. Just like we have a predecessor column, we also have a successor column, if that makes you comfortable, right? So we select it. Now, what do? You click on the insert and you just type SUCC. Okay, once you type the beginning words, you can see successor and you select successor. You know, that makes sense. So either you can state the successor. What is the successor of the excavation? It is number 3. And he says, who is my predecessor? Number 2. You know, they're pointing to pointing to each other like this.
Yes.
Like this. Right. So either you can just do this thing. Let me show it to you. So whatever makes you comfortable. See, I want to state the successor of the excavation. So what do? I go into the successor column. So if I ask you a question that what am I going to start after the excavation? I say, we are going to start PCC. So what is the home address of the PCC?
Of the PCC? 3.
So you can put here 3.
So you can do it from here. I click enter?
Yeah, no, you have to press enter. And 3 says my predecessor is 2. right? Okay. So if you want to say that after the PCC, you are going to start reinforcement, so you can put the address of the reinforcement in the successor column. So reinforcement would be 4 and press enter after the 4. And reinforcement says my predecessor is 3, right? And what you are going to start after the reinforcement, you put here 5. Okay, so do you see that? Okay, now you click on the save button. Okay, so you can do it either from the predecessor or the successor. So whatever is easier for you to comprehend, right? And you can interchange the placement of the columns as well. So how do you change the placement of the column? Do you see the fork sort of the cursor? Now it means that it is ready to grab. See, do you see a dark line here?
Yes.
When I release this, the successor column would be here.
Yeah, just like Excel.
Yeah, it is just like Excel. Okay, see this. I'm going to shift the predecessor to the left side. I just grab it with the with this type of a cursor and I place it here. So you know, you can if you inserted any column in the wrong place, you can grab it and place it in the right place.
Yes.
Okay. So you can have you can set either the predecessor or you can set the successor, whatever is convenient and whatever is comprehensible to you. So this is the way. So you can do the finish to start. So finish to start, the finish date is controlling the start date. Now I'm going to give you some example of the start to start, but after that, because finish to start being the most common and most easy to understand, I wouldn't ask you for an example, but definitely I would ask you, for example, a start to start. But first I will give you my example to stimulate your thought process. Now, I have a background in the IT industry. What we do that whenever we are testing a software, like I'm doing software testing, normally when you are testing a product, okay, so what do? You first of all, you complete the testing and then you do the defect fixing. So the next activity that I would do normally is defect fixing. Let's say that's also going to take 12 days. Now, if I relate them in the finish to start relationship, so do you see that what is the total duration here?
24 days.
24 days. Now, what happens? I have a bright chap in my team. So he comes up to me. He says, boss, why are you doing it in the finish to start? You know, we can do them side by side and we can save time, a lot of time. He says, how? How is that possible? He says, boss, software is not a physical product. It is just lines of code. Okay. It is just a computer system file. Okay. So what we can do that one person will be finding the defect and reporting to the other person, and the other person will open the same file in his computer and is going to fix it side by side. So he does not have to wait, right? Is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. So what do? So you go into this cell and you write 8SS. You convert this to 8SS and you just write the SS after that, press enter. Now look at the total duration. So if you look at the total duration, you have saved almost 50%. So the earlier was 24. So right now it is 12. So you have saved 50% of the time. So that's quite a bit clever because the time is saved due to the overlap. Okay. If you look at this period, so this is the overlapped period due to which you have saved time. Not only this, now here, again, I want you to remember this statement. What is written here?
When I start, then you also start.
Okay, so let's go into the Microsoft project. See, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to push this software testing, okay? I'm going to do it manually by changing the date. I change the date to 8th, and see, I'm only changing the software testing, not the defect fixing. I'm not even touching it. See that? Do you see that?
Yes.
So then what happened? It also moved. It also moved.
Both of them moved.
See, I only moved the software testing. Is I'm moving the software testing to 15th. Okay. Now here is a dependency check question. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. The question is that if I cancel software testing, if I cancel this task, would I still lead, or can I still do defect fixing?
I don't know. You can't.
We can't, because if I'm not testing, I don't know.
You can't find the defect. Yeah.
If I can't find the defect, how can I fix something that I don't know? Right? So it means, who is the boss? Software testing.
Software testing.
So that's why we put the dependency. You see, we should not put relationship between two independent tasks. Okay, we must ask this question: are they related? If they are related, only then you should put up the relationship. If they are not related, if they can be done independently, so let them be free. Don't tie them up. Right? Is it clear?
Very clear.
Because the defect fixing is dependent upon the software testing to happen. If the software testing is postponed, it also get postponed. And if the software testing is preponed, now what I want you to do, I want you to press Control Z, Control Z. You see that? If you let software testing happen earlier, then the defect fixing can also happen earlier. Okay, do a Control Z once more. You see that?
Yes.
So this is the relationship between the software testing and defect fixing. Now that is my example. So what I'm going to do, that I'm going to write P and I'm going to write S here. And I would like you to think from some past project or present project, or maybe in the future. So if you are planning to do something in start to start, and you just think of it, because if you think of it, if you can bring up a good example here, so it means that you have mastered it. You can apply it on a situation. Okay, you think of it, you just write. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay.
Okay.
You think of it and write.
Come, I'm in a meeting. What do you want? Come quickly. Where are you? Go and bring your tissue. Let me clean it for you. Bring tissue upstairs quickly.
Escalator lifting. Okay, so explain the situation to me.
Okay.
Helps.
Okay. There's a project of getting an escalator up, making it move up. And we also want to carry an heavy equipment up. Until the escalator starts going up, we cannot lift the heavy equipment. The escalator must start going up. So when the escalator starts going up, that is when we can put the heavy equipment on it and it can start going up.
No, is the escalator going to carry the equipments?
Yes.
No, then it should be, the escalator should be complete before it can lift.
No. Not building the escalator. The escalator is built. The project is that the escalator must go from point A to point B.
Okay.
Yeah, then the equipment also is at somewhere, but the equipment is also going to point B.
Oh, so yes. Yeah, I've got it now. Now the thing is that now if I cancel the escalator, can I still do this lifting of equipment?
You cannot, because it's heavy.
So it means that this is a valid relationship, and start to start, it saves time.
Yes.
Right. And yes, maybe you can start lifting the equipment a little bit after the escalator, then you can put a lag time. I'll just tell you that what is the lag time doing. The lag time is going to help you adjust a little bit. It will give you something to work on. Okay, like that you can do. So if it is like this, it's okay. But if you can do immediately, if you can do the lifting of the equipment immediately on start, then you don't need this delay. So you can do a Control Z, and you can basically do a Control Z. Okay, so and you can do it in parallel. But if you feel that a little bit of delay from the start of the escalator will be good in lifting the equipment, so then you can put it like that 8SS plus 2. Okay, so that will be the lag time, but we'll find a better example for the lag time. But this is a good example for the start to start. So I agree with this. Okay, so this is good. So I think that in the future you will be able to, because what happens when we are the early project managers, we have a tendency to put all these activities in finish to start. And I'm talking of the year I started to use. I saw Microsoft project for the first time in '98, and I was a technical person, so I was not much into the planning. I was much into the architecture of the software. So I was then in the year 2000, I was pushed into the role of the project manager. So then I had to use Microsoft project. So what I did that I would put all the activities in finish to start. So one day I showed it to my boss. So boss says that, look, finish to start is fine if these are small projects below 6 months. But after 6 months, what happens? They are wasting a lot of time. They only escalate the finish date of the project. So what you should do, you should also look for the opportunity to start and finish to finish. Don't you do many activities in parallel? I said, yes, boss, I do many activities in parallel. So why don't you represent them as such? Then I told him, I don't know. Okay, only thing I know. So, what I will do, I'll select the activities and I will click this button. I had no idea what to do with the predecessor column in the year 2000. Okay, so then he taught me that predecessor means something which controls the successor. So he explained to me like that, because in the year 2000, there was no YouTube and there was not many books. So you really had to go to some big computer and IT shop, and you would just browse through many books to find the right one. Okay. But those were very interesting days. So you would go out of the home at least, okay, to find a book and to look at the many books which were on the shelves. And those were, that was a very divine and attractive experience. So you'll browse through 15 books before you bought one. And when you brought that book home, so you cherish that book and really read those books. Okay, so then the training went online. Then after training went online, then people didn't start to take the training seriously. But still, some classroom trainings that I was doing, so those were serious. Okay, so now I realize that there are many opportunities in the project where we can convert if seemingly finish to start into start to start and finish to finish as well. The advantage in them both is that they save time. So how they save time? So if you looked at the start to start, do you see that both these activities, they are having overlapping durations?
Yes.
So that's what saves time. Okay. Now I will give an example of the finish to finish to stimulate your thought process, and then I will see and a good example from you as well.
Okay.
Okay. So again, I will give an example from the IT industry. So I'm developing a software. So this is my task, software development. So this is happening. And this activity or this task is going to take me 4 weeks. I write here 4W, like that, right? Now, what happens that as this is going on, I mean, as I was planning, a guy who is a technical writer in my team, he comes up to me. So, boss, do you need a manual? Do you need a user manual to go with the software? I say, yeah, I need a user manual. So then he asked me, he is asking me, so when should I start writing the user manual? So I tell him it is not important when you start, but your user manual should be complete and ready when the software is completed, right? Is it clear why I want his manual to be finished on the finish date of the software? Because I want to package them both and then give it to the client. So tell me one thing, if I give the software to the client, but I give him no user manual, so will he be able to use the software productively or usefully?
Nah.
Not at all. So he needs the manual. So manual doesn't take as much time. So I tell him to schedule the finish of his manual near to the finish of the software. Okay, so that they both can be packaged. Now here I'm going to write the activity name, write user manual. Okay, write user the manual and I write here 1 week. Okay, then I go to the predecessor column. I say the predecessor is software development and the relationship is finish to finish. So what do? You just grab the mouse and click here, and you write here 12FF, and see that how it represents on the Gantt chart. 12FF. Do you see the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the duration? 24 days. Okay. Now, what do? You make this activity write user manual as 2 weeks and look at the duration. So the duration is still 24 days?
Yes.
Because it is supposed to be finishing at the same time. So what happens when you increase the duration? So, the Microsoft project it tells it that since you want to take 2 weeks instead of 1, so you start earlier. So it changes the start date to the earlier. Now, let me show you something. You just go into this cell, okay? Instead of the 12FF, you put here 12FS. 12 finish to start.
Oh.
Now you look at the duration. So what is the duration?
36 days.
But let me tell you one thing, there is nothing technically wrong. Everything is technically fine. Why? Because if I'm letting the software development complete, then I'm writing the manual. Where is the technical problem? Nothing wrong. Because the person who is going to write the manual, he has a complete software to look at. Technically, it's not a problem. Okay. But the thing is that look at the duration. 36 days. And how much it was earlier? It was
24, I think. 24.
Okay, fine. Now let us look at what is 36 minus 24. It is 8. Now, what is the percentage of the time saved? 8 divided by 32 is equal to 25% time saved. If you put that in finish to finish. Okay. Now, the finish to finish is technically fine as well. It's not a problem. Now you change it to finish and look at the total duration in the WBS. You see that 24 days?
Yeah.
32 minus 24 is 8 days. 8 over 32 is equal to 25% savings of time. Now, what happens is that the Microsoft project is telling the right user manual, you start around 15, and then you look at the existing screens, and then you increase your speed and catch up with the last screen on the last day and put that into the manual. That's it. Your manual is ready. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'll just tell you that why the finish to finish is the best option. See, one option I've seen, the finish to start, that is wasting a lot of time. Okay. Now, another option here is this. Now, if I put it in start to start, now then what happens?
Yeah, it's still 24 days.
So you start the manual, but you leave the manual in the midway. But the software development still goes on. So can you have a complete manual? Can you have a complete manual if you...
No, you cannot, because the software development is not done.
Okay. Now, let me tell you one more situation. So someone might say, okay, keep it in start to start. You start the manual. So you make it 4 weeks. Okay, you fine. Make it 4 weeks. Like this. Now, what is the problem here? The problem here is that the person who is going to write the manual, he actually does not need 4 weeks. He needs only two weeks. So then what happens to this time period, which is marked in the yellow? This time period is wasted.
Yep.
He does nothing much. He actually needs only 2 weeks. So, that is why the best option will be the finish to finish like this. This is the best. Right? Is this clear? This saves time.
Very clear.
This also finishes, optimally using the optimal man hours. So the man hours don't go idle. So what is an idling man hours? It's like a car in the neutral gear, but on, engine is on. The car stays on the same spot, okay? But it is consuming the fuel, right?
Yes.
So nobody leaves a car like that, right? So when you park your car, you switch off the engine, right? So the idling is not good for the car, nor it is good for the people.
Yep.
Okay, so whenever you bring the people into the project, you just make sure so that they have something to do from day one. And as soon as their job is finished, they are moved into some other project, right?
Yes.
Because people, those who are idling, so I've noticed that they drag all other people. So, they're disturbing the others. Oh, look, I got this on the Facebook. Look, I got this on the WhatsApp. Look, I got this on the Telegram. The social networking is basically very disturbing. Okay, so we don't want idling people sitting in the project area and dragging the others. So let us do something. You bring the people just in the right duration, and you immediately shift them back into the resource pool once their job is done. Right? Is that good?
Absolutely.
So that is why the finish to finish is an advantage here. Now, that is my example. Okay. So now I want you to think of something like that from your own projects that you might have done or you might be doing.
Okay. I have one already.
Oh, yes, good. So I would like to see it. Yeah.
And it has to do with because I like food. It has to do with cooking.
Okay. Yes. So fine.
I want to think of how to type it.
You think of a good name for the predecessor, then you can easily write the successor to that.
Okay. Let me just. I will explain if you don't understand. But
Okay, you just explain to me. It's fine because
So if because I used to own a restaurant, yeah, and if somebody comes into the restaurant and says that I want to eat rice and boiled egg, both of them are finished to finish because the customer wants his food hot, wants the rice hot and the boiled egg hot.
Yeah.
But they don't have to start at the same time. So you start the rice first because the rice is 30 minutes. Then you do the egg 10 minutes before the rice is finished. So they finish the same time.
That's it.
Okay.
So I've done that.
Okay.
Not a big deal. Okay. So boil the rice. So rice takes a little bit longer to boil.
Longer, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have something on the side with the rice, so you can boil that too. But make sure that you start boiling that stuff, which is going as the accompaniment to the rice. So, somewhere in the middle of the rice so that it finishes at the same time.
Yes.
So if they finish boiling at the same time, so, they are all equally hot and they are light. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, so this is a good example, but think of something from your project. So what kind of projects that you are usually doing? Which industry?
Industry. Okay, the one I worked for last has to do with data integration. That's like a major one. So we try to put data into another, they'll call it software. I'm not an IT person, but they try to move data from a company into another company. So I know we had to enlist security service team to protect it against penetration. We had to do refactoring, modification. So they were using Agile. We had to use testing. Yeah, we did a lot of software testing, modification, deployment, release. We had to just something like that. So it was data integration. We collect the data out, we load it in the software, make sure it's working well. As it's working, we are doing modification because they were seeing errors and they wanted to improve it. So they will improve it, they will fix it, they will test, deploy, release, they will sign off on the release.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just in cycles. Then the other person will take it in. The other company will now collect the information when it has entered the software. We'll now collect the software and do with it. That wasn't our own business.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Now we are going to learn about the start to finish. So we have many examples of the start to finish all around us. But sometimes, people find it difficult to explain and learn it. Okay. So I'll explain to you the start to finish in a very simple way. So I'll go to my whiteboard. So let me hide this. Okay, so you read this and give me the answer for the last line.
I have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from station. It takes an hour from home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home so not to miss the train at all? I will start from home any time before 4.
Okay, anytime be before 4.
Yeah.
So, okay, so can you fix the time?
The time? Let me say 3:30. So I want to save some time.
Okay, so you start at 3:30. Okay. Now, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here 3:30. Okay, fine. There is the word. So you just click on the word here. Okay, fine. Now, what happens on the way? There are two situations that happen. So 10 minutes are consumed in tire change. Okay.
Yes.
And 10 minutes are consumed in rerouting. Now, tell me, can I still catch the train or not?
If you go at 3:30, yes, you can.
Yes. So I still have some time to spare, like I would reach at 4:50. So if I reach at 4:50, yeah, I can still catch the train. So just imagine that it's not a train, it's an international flight. So tell me one thing, have you ever missed a flight?
Yes.
How come? Very strange. How come you missed a flight?
To be honest, I woke up late. The car didn't start. I think it was just, I don't know. The car didn't start for any reason. 3 reasons. I woke late, car didn't start, we entered traffic.
Oh my God. So was it in London? Because London has got a lot of traffic.
No, it was Nigeria. It was Nigeria to America.
Oh, you missed an international flight.
Yes.
So that must be a lot of money you
I had to cancel the trip.
Not only cancel the trip, but the airlines won't give you refund on the no-show.
Yes, they now gave me 25%.
Okay, because even there won't be any passenger there. The seat might have gone empty. Okay, the seat might have gone empty because there is no international the passenger at the last moment. It's not a walk-in thing. Because when you're going to the international flight, so you have to come to the airport and you have to get your tickets checked, and then you have to show your passport, your visa.
Everything.
If it's a domestic the flight, that can get resold on the spot because there are many people there waiting at the airport, at the airlines booth. So can you get me a flight right now? I want to fly the next flight. That's okay because you don't need a visa, you don't need a passport. You just need some the ID proof and you can get into the airport. That's all. Right? So is that clear?
Very clear.
So suppose if it's a movie, the movie starts at 5 p.m. So what would be better? Being seated at 4:50 p.m. or at 5:10 p.m. you are seated and then you see a lot of action going on, but you don't know what is the background, why so much action is going on between two teams. Okay. And you have no idea. So you're not able to catch the thread of the story and nor you are able to enjoy the story. Right. So, such a situation is there always. Like for exam. So do you remember when you appeared for your exams for the school and college? Did you miss any of them? No, because
No.
they were all in the start to finish. So before the start of the exam, so you have to reach the examination hall. Okay,
Yes.
so that is the thing. So once you're there in the examination hall, so they will do the checking. So they will do all the protocols, and they will ask you to be seated on your seat. Then they will distribute to you the question paper. Then you write your exam within that time. But if you are late, but after some time, you are not allowed to enter. Right? So is this clear?
Very clear.
So start to finish exists all around us, but how do we use it in a project? So I will give you an example. Okay, so just keep this in mind that start to finish, the start of the train says that you should finish reaching the railway station before I leave the platform. And similarly, the flight says to you, before I take off at 5, before I start at 5, you should finish reaching the boarding gate at 4:30. So you should be reaching before me. The movie says to you, before I start, okay, the movie says that before I start at 5 p.m., so you should finish reaching your seat, right? Is that clear? So
Yep.
it's the start time of an activity, of a start time of a task, which dictates the finish time of another task or another activity, like that. So is that clear?
Very clear.
Okay. Now we will see that how we are going to implement it. To implement it, we will go into the Microsoft project here. Okay. So in the start to finish, so I'm going to indent it first. You can indent this. And then, so what do you do? So I'm doing a project on a mobile tower in which, so it is a 5G tower. Now there is an activity here, so which is activate 5G signal. So it's like this, activate 5G frequency. So this activity would itself, it will take 6 days. So I write this activity. Now, the thing is that it has to be done by a subject matter expert. So I call this subject matter expert is in the ratio of 1:5, means there is one subject matter expert for 5 projects. Why? Because it's a rare skill and plus it is a very costlier resource. So that's why it is in the ratio of 1:5. Now, what do I do? That I call up this guy and ask him, so can you please come and help us, okay, in activating the 5G frequency? So he says that, yes, okay, I can come and help you. But the thing is that I cannot take your date. I'll have to give you my date. So I'd say, fine. So you look at your diary and let me know that when you can come and help us. So he says that I can come on the 19th. So this is the 19th. He says that I can come on the 19th. Do you see this date? 19th?
Yes.
Okay. So he says that I can come on the 19th. So before I come, certain things have to be ready. So it means that before he can start, I have to finish certain things, right? So is that clear?
Yep.
So I have to move his date to the 19th. So his activity won't be starting here, but rather his activity will be starting here on the 19th. So I have to move this. So I'm going to what is called a constraint, and constraint is the next lesson. So here I'm going to use the constraint as a convenience, okay? But I'm going to teach you constraint as a next lesson. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply the date constraint of 19th of the August. So I'm going to right click and click on the information and go to the advanced and select the constraint type. And I select must start on, it must start on the 19th. And then I select 19th of the August month. So 19th is a Friday. So immediately this task gets moved to the 19th. And when it moves to the 19th, we can see the constraint. Do you see in the indicator column?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a constraint. Now, what happens? I ask him, sir, what should be ready before you come? So this is what it tells me. Okay. Now you write here write the activity name that should be done and ready. Right here, install hardware and software. Install hardware and software in the computers inside the tower. And this inside so that's okay. Just write install hardware and software. Okay, now press enter and go into the duration column and you put there 6 days. Okay, now this activity has to be finished 3 days before this. So, the relationship would be established like this. Okay, now what do you do? Go to this predecessor and write what is the address of the predecessor, 16. And what is the relationship type? Start to finish. So it would be SF. And this activity must be finished 3 days before. So you write here -3D. -3D. So this is called a lead time. Lead means leading, earlier. So this activity must be finished 3 days earlier. Okay, and you press enter. And once you press enter, so tell me what is 19 minus 3?
19 minus 3 is 16.
16. So that's why you see that it should be finished 3 days earlier on the 16th, right? So, this is the first day of the finish. If you cannot target this day, then you try to finish on Wednesday. And if you can't finish on the Thursday, then I ask him, sir, if you are not able to provide you the inputs, so what is the next day you are going to provide us? He says that I can provide you the next date after a month. So now you tell me, would you like your project to be delayed by a month?
Nah.
Not at all. So we ensure that all our inputs are ready, all our inputs are finished before the start of the predecessor. Now here, I'm going to write the real thing. The real thing is that the start date of this activity is controlling the finish date of the successor, like this. Do you see that?
Yep.
It says that before I start, you should be finished.
Finished, yeah.
Like what does the flight tells you? Now you have learned your lesson. Flight tells you.
Before I take off, you should be ready.
Yeah, you should be at the boarding gate.
You should be at the boarding gate.
You should be reaching the boarding gate. That's quite a loss.
The aeroplane is the boss.
Yeah, international flight and loss of money and loss of the opportunity and some sort of the emotional shock for many days. And maybe a lot of alcohol is also required to compensate for that. Okay, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so this is the meaning of the start to finish. Okay, now this finish date is dependent upon start date. Suppose if I postpone the start date, suppose this guy says, look, I cannot come on the 19th, so I'm going to come on the 25th. Yes, of course, because he's the boss. Now, just do this thing. Just go into this date, and you will see a drop down. Yeah, so select this drop down, and you change the 19 to the 25th, and click on the continue, and click on the OK. So you see that it has gone along. Okay, now. Just one thing. Oh, it's bringing all back. Okay, now what you do a Control Z, or you can click here once and see that what happens.
I've done Control Z. Should I click here again?
Yeah, so this is the same thing. Do you see that it has come back? So that also moves along. If the predecessor changes, only then the successor changes. Otherwise, the successor is not controlling the predecessor. It is the start time of the predecessor which is dictating, and the start time is fixed. Now, fixed how? It is fixed by a predetermined event. So why do we have the start to finish? Start to finish is either due to lack of resources or due to a special request by the client. It is not due to the engineering process. See, all the three relationships, okay, these are based upon engineering process.
Hmm.
Okay, is this clear?
Very clear.
So this is based upon lack of resource or client request, right? So this is what it is. Fine. Now, what do you do that you save this lesson? Do a control S?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to learn the constraints. See, these are adjusting the relationship is creating the schedule. See, when you set up a relationship, okay, so when you set up a relationship, it is creating the schedule for the successor. Do you see that? All the successors are deriving their schedule. It means that the relationship is adjusting the schedule. Now, in the relationship, there is a lead time and lag time. Well, I'll explain to you the lag time. So there is an activity, paint the room. Now, this paint the room is taking place for 10 days. Okay, now there is an activity I should be doing after this, decorate the room. So this decorate the room, this activity is for 10 days. Now, if I immediately start decorate the room, do you foresee any problem here?
Yes, because the paint will disturb the decoration.
Yes, because the paint is still wet. So you know that when people they enter the room to decorate the room, so you know there are a lot of handprints, you know, a lot of the paint is getting messed up. So you wouldn't immediately start. So you will let the paint dry. So what you can do that you can say that between the painting and the decoration, let there be a 3 days gap to let the paint dry. So how you can put this? So you write here 19 FS plus 3 days. 19 FS, because when you're going to put a lead or lag time, you must write the FS or else it won't take it, plus 3 days. Now, when you put a lag time, you have to explain the reason. Now, I'm going to teach you how to put up a note, because someone who does not understand the process, he might be confused. He might be thinking, oh, 3 days. So what do I do with the 3 days? So what you can do that you can explain that why did you put a lag of 3 days? You just right click here on decorate the room. Come to this, select the yeah, and right click here, and you will see an option called notes here. Notes. Okay. Yeah. Select it, and you write here 3 days lag time. You write here 3 days lag time. Applied for drying the paint. 3 days lag time applied for drying the paint. Okay. So then you can click on the OK. So someone who looks at the lag time, he can read this. So do you see this? See, and if you bring the cursor here, just on top of the note, so you can read the note. You don't have to click into it.
Okay.
So that explains. So, you know, the note is a useful way to explain or describe something for the task. So do you remember something like WBS dictionary? This is the WBS dictionary.
What did you say?
Do you remember WBS dictionary in your
Work breakdown structure dictionary? Yes, I do. I do know the term.
So the notes is nothing but the WBS dictionary. So the dictionary explains the details of a task. So instead of calling it the WBS dictionary in the software, they are calling it the notes. Okay. So earlier the WBS dictionary would be another document in which the details of an activity or a task would be put up. So using the serial number from the main document, right? But that's a separate piece of document that a project stakeholder would be required to look at. You know, that was quite cumbersome. So you look at this one, then you look at the other one, then you do something. So here you can instantly look at the detail by looking at the notes. So notes is nothing but the WBS dictionaries of the past, right? So
Yes.
I'm sure that you can put up a note if you want to access the note. So you can right click and click on the notes. Just do it.
Yep.
You right click this. And if you want to add some more text, you can add here.
Okay.
Okay. And you can click on the OK to save that.
Perfect.
Okay. So is the start to the finish clear?
Very, very clear.
Now the lag time is that, suppose you say that we are going to dry the paint with the blower. So we don't have to wait for the entire paint to dry before we can start decorating it. So you say that, okay, we are going to put the overlap like this. This is called a lead time. Lag time is the gap and lead time is the overlap. Right?
So the lead time is the opposite of the lag time.
Yeah, lead time. So lead time, it saves time by overlapping the duration of the activities. Do you see that the duration is getting the overlap? Do you see that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to tell you that in the Microsoft project, there is a special technique in which you can specify the amount of the overlap or the gap in terms of percentage. So suppose if you want a gap of 25%, okay? So 25% of the predecessor duration means you write it like this: 19 FS plus 25%. So what is the 25%? It will be 25% of paint the room. So paint the room is 10 days. And what is 25% of 10 days?
2.5 days, 2.5 days.
Yeah, so you can see the 2.5 days. I'll just show it to you. Okay, just do this thing. If you want to see the 2.5 days, actually this gap is 2.5 days. This is appearing in the middle of the Monday. So if you want to know it, you need to expose the time part. So you just go into the file, go into the option file, and then you select the options. And then you select the option with the time.
This same one?
Time. I mean, you just click on the drop down and you select, okay, just wait. Yeah, select this one, the first one. Okay. Click on the okay. So is this clear?
No, I'm trying to
see.
Okay, yes, it's clear. That's why I stopped. I've seen it. 1 p.m. Yeah.
See, it is in the middle of the day. You can see.
I see it.
Not this, but you can see that this is appearing in the middle of the Monday.
Yes.
Because this is 1 p.m. You make it the minus. You turn the symbol into the minus, and you will see the overlap starting from the middle of the day. Minus 25%. See this. It is starting the overlap after a half day. So it is starting at 2 p.m. Now, just do this thing. You make this number, paint the room into 12 days. 12 days. Now, what would be 25% of 12 days?
That'll be 3.
Yeah. So you will see exact 3 days of the lead.
Oh.
You see, now it is a 3 days lead. Now, if you change the symbol to plus, you will be seeing a 3 days lag. The 3 days lag is much more easier to comprehend. Just
19 reference
plus 25. Now, what it is doing, it is calculating 25% of the 12 and putting the 3 days lag time. 3 days lag, Monday 1, Tuesday 2,
Tuesday
3.
once.
Right? And this is being calculated from the duration of the predecessor. So the duration of the predecessor is being applied 25% and 3 days lag time is calculated and applied here. Do you see that?
Yes.
This is a facility. This is based upon certain processes. In certain industries, there are certain processes. So they have this lead and lag time based upon the percentage. So they are based upon the percentage, and it is convenient to keep them flexible. So if you're changing the duration of the predecessor, so it is going to dynamically calculate the lead or the lag time, right? So that is a matter of convenience. So it's up to you which one you find convenient, to enter the absolutely calculated duration of lead and lag time or dynamically calculated. That's your choice, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now you go into the option file. We will switch back to the DDMMYY. Okay, options, and we go into the drop down. And we select this one, the compact one. Yeah, this is better. And everybody can understand it. So what we have is this. Now, the next lesson that we are going to do is constraints. So how do we create that lesson? So first of all, we go into, we save this one.
Yes, I've saved it.
Okay, so why I'm asking you to save these lessons? Because when you look at the video, so you will find this file. So, this is the way I teach. So the constraints are nothing but date constraints, a limitation of dates, which require us to adjust the naturally calculated date. Okay, so you click on the file. Click on save as, and click here. And you write here number 4. Instead of 3, you write here 4. And replace the word dependencies with date constraints.
Dates.
Constraints. Correct. Save it. Now, I want you to delete all this. Okay, you delete all this. And you can click on the delete button and you continue. Yes. Okay. Now we will take a 20 minutes break and do it.
Okay.
Okay. So I think you will be finished before you want to pick up your daughter. So
okay.
you want to leave at 3:30 p.m., right?
Yes, 3:30, like 3:20, 3:30. Yes.
Yeah, I think you should be comfortable and not rush on the road. Okay.
Okay.
So we will be able to finish today's list of the training. Fine. So I'm going to pause the record and give me the remote control. Okay, so we are going to learn about the date constraint. So constraint means limitation. Okay, so we are going to learn about the important ones. So let me have a look. So advanced and constraint, because I sometimes miss between the names. Start no earlier than, finish no later than. Okay, so you write here, start no the earlier than.
Yes.
You write here, start no earlier than. We are going to learn this one. See, why do we need a date constraint? Because we have a limitation of resource. Okay, so you write this word, start no earlier than. You write here.
Okay.
Okay, and under this, you create two tasks, task 1 and task 2 of 6 days each. Now you select task 1 and task 2, and then you indent them. Okay. Now, what happens is that now you relate these two tasks using the relationship, the finish to start. So you just select these two and you click on this button. So that will establish a simple finish to start relationship.
Oh.
Did you see that? So, you know, that's a chain link, let's say. Okay, so that doesn't look like a chain on this version, but till version 2019, it used to look like a chain. Now this looks like two rings. Now, if you break up the relationship between two tasks, so you can use this one. So click on this one. Okay, so keep that in mind. Okay,
so I can use that one for, instead of typing predecessor, I can just look up and click.
Correct. Okay, so you can just do it like that. Okay, now what we need to do, that we need to understand that what is the reason. Okay, so let's say that I am planning a project and I set up two activities in the finish to start. Now, what happens is that when you put two activities in the finish to start, the successor, you know, it would start as soon as possible. I mean, that the first opportunity on the working day. The first working day will be utilized by the successor to start, start working, right? But what happens, the person who is supposed to do the activity 2 or the task 2, so he comes up to me, he says, boss, I would not be available on 8th of the August. Okay, since I'm planning in advance, so he comes up to me. So he says that after my current project, I'm taking a leave. So, you know, I would be joining on the 22nd. So it means that his activity can't be started here. It has to be shifted here. So, you know, there is another option for me to get another resource. So I talk to the HR. The HR says, no, I can't provide a substitute resource at the high skill level for a short duration. So that is not possible. So I said, fine. So that's not a problem. I just have to wait for only 12 working days. Okay. So this is the intervening period and this is not too big. So I am ready to wait out that period. So what do I do? You know, I'm going to set up a constraint, and this constraint is going to shift his activity to the 22. Okay, so that is called a constraint. So constraint means a date, constraint means a limitation of date due to the limited availability of the resource. Since the resource is not available during this period, so I have to shift this activity to the 22nd. Now, how do I do it? So first of all, I'm going to click on the task 2. Then you are going to right click on this and then select information. Then you select advanced. Then you select
okay.
then you select start no earlier than, and then the constraint date is 22. Go to the month of the August, because we are planning in advance, right? So select 22, he's joining on 22 Monday, and we have to write the reason. So go into the notes. So in the reason you write here in the notes, the resource assigned on task 2 would be available from 22 August onwards. Okay. Now you click on the OK. Okay. Now what happens as you apply the constraint? So, you know, this activity is dragged here to this date, and due to the dragging, do you see this black line?
Yes.
There are two lines here. One is the relationship line, which is at the top, which is the blue line, is the relationship line.
Mm-hmm.
This is the slack. This is the slack, means that it is creating a gap. See, normally any activity successor would start as soon as possible. The predecessor finishes, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now the thing is that now at this point of time we need to see the slack again. So what do? That we hide the successor. We don't need to see the successor, because if I see one relationship, that is good enough for me, right? So instead of that, I insert here. Now you click here, insert column,
Mm-hmm.
and you insert the start slack. You just type here, remove every letter there, start slack. So once you get the start slack and click it. Now, do you see that there is a 12 days of the slack created for this activity?
Mm-hmm.
But there is no slack here. Why? Because this activity is at the very end of the project. This is defining the finish date.
Yeah.
Okay, so it has no gap from the finish date, but whereas this activity has the luxury of 12 days gap. So once this activity will touch the successor, then it will start to push, and it will also become critical. Right now, it is not critical because I pushed away the task 2. So what do we do in real life? See, in the real life, so what do we do is that anything which has been done in the task 1 is stored on the site safely till the person doing the task 2 comes and joins the company. So here is the reason. If you put a constraint, you must put a note, because if you just put a constraint and do not explain it with a note, so I think it will be very difficult for the other person to comprehend it.
Yes.
Right. So that would be a problem. Okay. So if you don't want a problem, so what you do, that you put up a note that explains the reason, because the constraint, they just don't come by themselves. Constraint is something that a person puts, and if you put it, so normally the date is calculated naturally. If one task finishes, another starts. So that is the natural start. But what happens if you are pushing it away? Then why you are pushing it away? So it makes sense to put up a note also. The resource assigned on the task 2 would be available from. I didn't write any human resource, because it could be man, it could be machine, it could be material. Maybe the man and machine is there, maybe the material would. I mean, due to the constraint of the material, so we are going to get it on 22nd. Maybe the man and material is there, but the machine is not there. The machine is being used on some other project, right? It can be a possibility. So we just write a generic note so that it broadly can cover any kind of a resource. Okay. I don't want you to think in terms of a limited reason. The resource assigned on task 2 would be available from 22 August onwards, right? That is the reason. So now let's see that what happens if I'm increasing the duration of task 1. Now increase the duration of task 1 to 12 days. So tell me, what do you notice?
Oh, yes, pushed it longer.
Okay, now it is pushing and consuming the float.
Yes.
Okay,
it's consuming the slack.
Yeah, it is consuming the slack or the float, but it is not yet pushing this activity. So it won't be able to push this activity until the slack is completely consumed till this date. Now, what do? You make it as 18. Make this task 1 duration as 18 and see that what happens.
Is slack the same thing as float?
Yeah, the slack and float, they have the same meaning.
Okay.
Now, do you see the slack has been consumed?
Yes.
And once the slack is consumed, it becomes 0 slack. So this is also marked as a critical task. Okay, so more important than this, after the slack has been consumed, and if you increase the duration of the task one any further, so that will start pushing the successor. So now you make it as 22. You make it as 22.
Uh-huh.
Now, what's happening is that since the person has joined,
He's back.
the 22 is back. So, you know, he says that, okay, I've joined on the 22. Anytime you give me a task after the 22 onwards, I can do it instantly. I can do it as soon as possible. Okay, so, you know, now these two activities are back to back. Okay, because
Yes.
that is the constraint boundary of this person. So let me mark the constraint boundary. This is the constraint boundary. On the right side of the constraint of the boundary, the person is available, but he is not before the constraint boundary. That is the red portion.
Yes.
So the green portion means that he is there to do the job. So if you increase the duration to 26, so it will be done back to back. Okay, is this clear?
Very clear. Should I increase it?
And now you make it 26, it is still back to back, right?
Mhm.
Now, suppose if you reduce the duration to 18, so is it going to come back to back?
No,
So till 18, so it will stop.
because of the holiday.
Yeah. Now, so what do? You reduce it to 15, and let's say if it comes back to back.
It won't come back to back. Yes, it won't.
See, this is the constraint boundary. It means that on the right side of it, the green portion. So green portion means that it is fully available. But on the red portion, it won't come. It won't come back to back because it says start on or after. Why? The reason is given very clearly. Why we should start on or after? The reason is this. This is the reason. Okay.
Yep.
So
Yes.
since the resource is joining on 22, it could be man, machine, or a material. So from 22 onwards, so anytime this activity can be flexibly scheduled, but this activity cannot be scheduled before the 22.
Yes.
Okay. So suppose if we lived in a perfect world where I would get any kind of resource on demand. Okay. So then we don't need constraints. We don't need to put constraints. So we need the constraints to adjust the schedule due to the lack of the resources. That is the reason. Okay, fine.
Yes.
Now we are going to learn about another constraint. So now you come to this row and write finish no later than. Write the name of the constraint, finish no later than. And since it thinks it's a child, so you have to outdent it because we are not creating a child, we are rather creating a parent.
Mhm.
Okay, and you write here task 3 and task 4 of 6 days. Now you select both of them and make them the child by indenting them. So,
Okay.
yeah, 3 and 4 you select and indent. In fact, you should select 2 of them at the same time.
At the same time, yeah.
Now you select 3 and 4 and you make them finish to start relationship. First you select 3 and then 4.
3 and 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
3 and 4, then you click on the chain link. Okay, now you do it from the chain link. Okay, so it has created a finish to start relationship. Now, as I was planning this, the person, who is assigned on the task 4, he says, boss, I have something to tell you. So he says that, boss, I've been assigned to the task 4, but I have a request for you. Yes, tell me. He says that, boss, I am a contracted worker and this would be my last date. So I would be working till this date. So what is this date? this date is 20th of the August. He says that if you are going to give me the task 4, just make sure that my task 4 should finish by the 20th. It should not exceed the 20th, because after the 20th, I would not be available to help you. I said, fine, that's so nice of you to tell me. So you told me in advance. So what I will do, I will set up a constraint which is going to help me remember this fact. Okay. Now, so what we are going to do, we are going to set up a constraint. So let us do it. Now, to set up the constraint, I will right click on task 4 and I will select information and I will select advanced and the constraint type finish no later than, and that date is the 20th of the August, 20th of the August, and click on the OK. And just wait. No, not like that. You have to wait. Finish no later than, and click on the constraint date, and you just wait for me to tell you something.
Okay.
You select 20th and click on the OK. Okay, just wait here. Let me explain something to you. See here, it is providing you 3 options. Cancel it. No, you don't want to cancel. Continue, but avoid the conflict. No. We want to use the 3rd option. So select continue, finish no later than constraint will be set. Okay. And click on the OK. Now, do you see the float of this activity has been trimmed? It is not going up to the end of the project.
Yeah.
Okay, because the slack boundary has been set till the 20th of the August, and the Microsoft project is telling you that clearly. Now there is a constraint, and if you don't explain that, then it could lead to a conflict.
Okay, I should put a note.
And we need to put up a note. So you right click here on the task 4. Notes, yeah, correct. Now you write here the resource assigned on task 4 would be available till 20th of August. And full stop, and you write something more. So this task must not be allowed to exceed beyond that. So this task must not be allowed to exceed beyond that. Now you click on the OK. Now, so if someone looks at the constraint, he gets an explanation as well. Okay, here it explains that why the constraint, why the limitation has been set till why the task can't freely go beyond 20. Now we will do, now let us do this thing. Let us try to push the task 4. So make the duration of the task 3 as 12 days. Now what is going to happen? It is going to push the activity till here and it will consume the slack. No, 12 days. 12. Make the task 3 as 12.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now what happens? Do you see that it has turned red? Even though it is not the longest path, but it is still red. It is still the critical. Why? Why the slack is 0 in the middle of the project? Because these 2 tasks in a combined way, they have hit their finish date. Their finish date is mentioned in the constraint.
Oh, yeah. Yes. It cannot exceed that constraint. Yeah. So it's critical.
Yeah. So any activity which consumes its float, even in the middle of the project due to its constraint, will be also marked as a critical path. Because the critical path is the path which must be finished before the finish date. Now, finish date can be due to the longest path, because if you're the longest, you can't go any further. And if you are inside the middle of the project, then your constraint could be the finish date for you. You can't exceed the constraint date because this resource won't be available. Okay. Okay. So we have consumed the slack. Okay. So have you heard of a negative slack or a negative float?
No,
You haven't heard. So I
no.
just said to you that what is the meaning and how to deal with that. Okay. So we
Okay.
are going to create a negative float. So what do? You make this as 16. Make the duration of task 3 as 16. And click on the continue. Click on the continue. So do you see that it says -4 days?
Yes.
And do you see that it looks like a lead time? Actually, it is not lead. You didn't put any lead time. This is getting the overlap because this task is being held by the stopper, and you are trying to push this one. So if you try to push this one, so this task won't move, and it will create the artificial overlap. And what it is saying, it is saying that you are trying to exceed the finish date by 4 days.
Oh, yes.
So which 4 days? Which 4 days are minus? Which you don't have? You don't have the Monday. You don't have the Tuesday. You don't have the Wednesday. You don't have the Thursday. So the last date for this activity for the task 3 is on which date? Is on the 14th. Because here this is the boundary where it should end, so that the task 4 can start on Monday.
Start on Monday, yes.
If you're exceeding, you're going beyond the Saturday into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it means that you are exceeding your own finish date by -4. You're trying to consume more than what you have.
Yep.
Right? So,
yes.
So what do? We make it as at least 0 slack. So 0 slack is technically fine. Now you make this as 16 minus 4 equal to 12. So that will make the slack 0. 16 minus 4, that is 12. Now this is technically fine, but tell me, is it practically fine? So would you go to the airport or the railway station like this without any float time?
No, it's risky.
So isn't it a risk? So normally we wouldn't even plan with a 0 float. So what we will do, that we will apply a little bit of more man and machine on the task 3, and we make sure, because the task 4 is fixed duration of 6 days. So this guy says that, look, I need a fixed duration of 6 days. You just can't squeeze my task. So I say, fine, I will squeeze my task. Okay. So what do? I apply a little bit more man and machine on the task 4. I increase that and I reduce it to 10. So see that what happens.
This, I should click on this.
Task 3. Task 3, you reduce the task 3, this 2.1 duration to 10 days. And do you see that it has created 2 days float?
Yes.
So, we use a common word like buffer. So, this constraint tells us that we have got 2 days buffer, so which is fine, which is a very comforting thing to know, right? So we say finish no later than. So what is the importance of the finish no later than? So that we can keep our commitments. That is the reason. Because the task 4 cannot finish later than 28th for the reason this person gave us the advance notice. He said, look, boss, I would be available till 20th of the August due to my contract. My contract ends on the 20th. And so make sure that whatever activity you do before me, that should not push my activity beyond the 20th. Right?
Yes.
That is the risk. So that is the benefit of a constraint. So when I'm planning, the Microsoft project will give me a pop-up. So I can correct myself. So I can technically keep the slack on 0. That's fine. But, then I would need highly expert people to finish like that. But we have a tendency to delay due to some natural or unnatural reasons. So I think it is always safe to plan some slack or float, right? In case we have a constraint, right? Okay. we must always target to finish before the finish date. So if we have a little bit of the buffer, so that's fine. Okay.
Yep.
So this is the benefit of finish no later than constraint. So is that clear?
Very clear.
Okay. One thing I noticed on your laptop, if you look at the battery symbol, so you know the battery is not taking up any charge.
Yeah, the battery is bad.
So
I called the company. They said they will order that should come by end of the week.
oh, okay, it will come by end. So that's okay, that's fine. So you can wait that much. So normally, you know, in India, we will go out and if we looked around, we will find a laptop repair shop. So they will have a substitute battery. So substitute batteries, they work. So, but if you buy the original battery from the company, that will be better. So that will. So how many years did this battery last? How many years?
2017. That is 5 years.
Oh, only 5 years. No,
Yeah, I think it's the light, the power in Nigeria that spoils it.
Okay.
Because in Nigeria, the power is not good.
Okay.
It spoils a lot of things. It goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, different problem.
Okay, that's right. Because I'm using a laptop and I have a battery running it. That's a Lenovo laptop, and battery has been running for 10 years. And so once I tested, so I thought that this might be bad. So once I tested, it lasted for 45 minutes. So that's fine. So because the power cut doesn't last 45 minutes, I use it mostly at home. Okay. So, you know, whenever I'm flying or traveling, I don't open up my laptop. So I don't like doing that. I just enjoy the airport. Okay. So I just browse around and don't work on the laptop. So I prefer to work at home or in the office. When you're traveling, you enjoy the ambience. So I've seen people, you know, they are just banging out their laptop, kit. So what is the use? Okay, you look around, have some stuff, browse around. Okay, so that is much better. Okay, fine. Now, we have to learn another constraint, which is very important. So this is used very frequently. This is called must finish on. Okay. So this is very important to keep our commitments of the milestones, right? Okay. So you write here must finish on. And it would be created as 2.3. You have to just push this out toward the left side. Yeah. Now, what you do, you need to write the activities like this. Okay. So let me show it to you. You just need to write A, B. So like that, you write A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
Okay.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So 8 activities you have to create. Yeah, you can use a small letter. That's okay. That's not a problem. Okay. So if you wish to use a small letter, so use a small letter.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want you to put 6 days into all these activities. So what you need to do, you need to select them all and right click in the information.
What do I click? Information?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And go into the duration cell and you just put 6D, and D should be small letter. Small letter. I told you small letter.
Yes.
Click on the OK. So that puts 6 days, but we don't need this one. So this one, what we do, this one we delete. Just hit the delete button. Okay. Now, all these are supposed to be the child. So what do you do? Indent. Indent. Okay, now let me tell you the situation. The situation is like this. I have a contract with my client in which I'm constructing a shopping mall. Now, this shopping mall is having the first milestone, that is I have to complete the basement minus 2 parking by the 31st of the August. This is an amount of money. So you read it as 10 million. Okay. So let me do this thing. Let me fix it. Those are the Indian counting method.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the installment which I'm supposed to get. So the first milestone is basement minus 2 parking. So as I go up, I will be constructing the basement minus 1 parking. Then I'll be constructing the ground floor of the building, first floor, and so on. Now this is the constraint type is mandatory finish or the must finish. Why it is mandatory? Compulsory. Why it is compulsory? Because it is as in contract. So this is the term. This is the term in the contract which has been signed between me and my client, that as in the contract, this is mandatory to finish by the 31st of the August. Because when I show him the basement minus 2 parking, he's going to give me the installment of 10 million. So whatever is that. It could be rupees, it could be naira, it could be GBP, or whatever is that. So I'm going to get this money when I show him the achievement. Okay, the achievement in the project management, the achievement is called a deliverable. So the deliverable is shown to the client or given to the client on the milestone date. So this is a deliverable. The whole thing is a product. The shopping mall is a product, and this is a deliverable. Okay, shown to the client on milestone date. Shown to the client on a milestone date. So what is the milestone? So milestone is a date on which I have to show this deliverable to the client for review. And if the client likes it, so he will be basically getting a perception of progress. He must have perception of progress, because without the perception of progress, or without seeing a visible progress or a physical progress, he is not going to give me this money, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
So that's how we do the business. So it means that the 31st August is a milestone with a fixed date, must finish. Or we can write it like this, and just a second. So mandatory finish is the word in the Primavera, but in the Microsoft project, the word is must finish on. So, the both of them mean the same thing. Okay. So Microsoft project doesn't seem to sound like a copyright infringement. So that's why they changed it like must finish.
Sorry, I want to ask something. How did you get to that replace to? What did you click? Control F?
Oh, Control H. Control H is the short. See, if you do a Control F, it will just find.
Oh.
And if you want to find and replace something, so what you do, you press Control H. If you press Control H, so this will ask you find what and replace with what.
Replace with, okay.
Okay. So actually, they're side by side.
Or
even if you press Control F, so you will get this tab. If you click on the replace tab, so it will show replace with. Okay, so it's a tab. Replace is a tab which is on the find box. Okay, so is the concept clear?
Very clear.
Okay, fine. Now we will implement it with a milestone. Now what we need to do, we need to write here basement minus 2 completed. Right here, basement minus 2 completed. Instead of the right, basement minus 2 completed. So we write the accomplishment, because the client pays us for the accomplishment, not for the hard work. Okay, completed. Okay, now since this is a milestone, you make the duration as 0. Just put 0. There is no need to write day. and press enter. So, milestone is a marker, and whenever you create a milestone, it appears in the diamond symbol and a date is written. Right?
Oh.
Because the milestone is supposed to be the marker. Now, we are going to put the constraint because this milestone is supposed to be completed on the 31st on this date, right? So is this clear?
Yes.
So this is the date by which this milestone must be achieved. So what do I do? So I right click on this activity. Then I click on the information. And after clicking on the information, I go on to the advanced. And after clicking on the advanced, I select must finish on. Constraint type is must finish on. Why? I will have to write the reason. First, I select the date. Now, the date will be 31st of the August. You select it and you go on to the notes tab. So click on the notes here on the top.
Okay.
Yeah, notes is here. So it is in the information. You write here, the finish date is mentioned in the contract. And payment is due on this date. And the payment is due on this date. I mean, and the installmented payment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you show something to the client and then the client gives you. Okay, is this clear?
Yes. Should I click OK?
Yeah, then now you click on the OK. Okay, now this constraint is placing the milestone here, and you can see the reason why this milestone has been placed here.
Yes. So can I ask something?
Yeah,
so
yeah, sure.
To create this milestone, we just put the duration to 0 days.
Yes, correct. And it converts into a milestone because milestone is a marker. Milestone is not a task.
Okay. And don't we have to outdent it, or we just leave it like that?
No, we don't have to do it. So we can outdent it also. So which is also good practice. So if I outdent it, in fact, it is a better practice. Okay. So if I bring it here, so this is also a better practice. Now, let me tell you this, what happens that I ask my team members, so guys, how are we going to basically accomplish the basement -2? How are we going to sequence these activities? So, my team members are, they're freshers. So, for the fresher, what is the simplest thing? Finish to start. So they tell me that, boss, you put all these activities in the finish to start, and that's fine. Okay. Now, what do? You connect this milestone to the parent like this. You just put here 9. Just put here 9. Put here 9 is so that it is connected to the parent. Okay, and press enter. So this is fine. At this point of time, it is fine. Now, what my team members are saying that, boss, you link all these activities in a finish to start manner. So they want me to use this finish to start button after selecting them all. So you do it and let's see the result.
It will be longer than the constraint date, but let's see.
Yeah, so we want to see that what happens. So what goes wrong? Click on the continue. Okay, so what do you see here? So it says that you have exceeded your time limit by 9 days, right? So that doesn't seem right. So I call in a subject matter expert. Now this is a senior guy with a gray hair. So he says that, guys, we have to do schedule compression. Okay, so I think that in your print studies, you must have studied that in the time management, you must have studied the schedule compression technique. Okay, so let me refresh you on that.
Please.
Schedule compression. So I think it is the same. The schedule compression means the same thing. See, there are two techniques in the schedule compression. One is the fast tracking. So do you remember hearing something like fast tracking?
I'm telling you, I don't remember.
And do you remember something like crashing?
Like Russian.
Crashing.
Russian, no. I remember resource leveling, resource smooth. I don't remember.
Okay. So we will do those two. Tomorrow we are going to work. So fast tracking is when you convert finish to start into start to start or finish to finish after technical feasibility. You have to see that if it is technically feasible or not. And crashing is that when you apply more resources to a task than originally planned. When you apply more resources to a task than originally, say originally you planned an activity for 6 days, but what happens that you need to basically drastically reduce and urgently reduce the duration. So then what do you do? Then you say, okay, let me apply a little bit more resource. So that is called crashing. So crashing works on the situation when you can't alter the relationship. Now, what happens is that, so this guy comes up, he says, gentlemen, please look at this relationship. Look, this is a finish to start. Actually, I've studied this and I come to the conclusion that we can safely convert it into the start to the start. So what do? You go into the relation, you put here 10 SS. See this and see that what happens to the SS. As it already is FS.
Yes. Should I enter?
Yeah, sure.
So
once you put the 10 SS, so what happens is that this is called fast tracking. Why it is being fast tracking? Because they are running on parallel tracks.
Yes.
And it is increasing the speed of the project. It is making the project faster. That is why it is called fast tracking technique. So schedule compression consists of two techniques, fast tracking, when you convert finish to start into start to start and finish. But after technical feasibility, you have to study it, you have to validate it technically. Because what happens, I told you my story. I would put every task into finish to start. For me, the finish to start is something which seemed normal. So that was okay for small projects. So when the project got bigger, so finish to start would inflate the duration. So then it won't be feasible to stay in the market. Okay. So you will lose all your clients. Okay. So all your clients will say, you guys take the longest time, and all other companies, they can get the job done faster. So we don't want to come to you for business. So do you want that? No, we don't want that for sure. So we want to be smart. So we want to use the project management. So we can use PMP or Prince2, whichever is good for us, we use that. Now the subject matter looks at this. He says, look, I've studied this one. I feel that you guys can put finish to finish instead of the finish to start. So what do? You go to this and you convert this into 12 FF and see what is the result.
12 FF.
Finish to finish.
Yes.
And press enter. Do you see that that it has come into the parallel and this has reduced? Okay, so this has reduced the duration. Now, what happens is that they actually, according to the original story, so there is one more activity here. So let me insert it. I missed it. There is another activity here, H, and this is also 6 days. 6 days activity, and this is also originally linked to the G like this. Okay, and we continue because we still have the negative slack. So how many negative slack is there? 3 days.
3 days.
We still have the 3 days of the negative slack to deal with. Now I ask him, sir, can we change this relationship? He says, no, we cannot change this relationship. because it is not technically feasible to convert this relationship from the finish to start into the start to start or finish to finish. So then I ask him, what do we do for this activity, and for this activity? These activities are FGH. He says, you crash them. So then I ask him, sir, what is crashing? This is crashing. You read that? What is crashing?
When you apply more resources to a task than originally planned.
Okay, originally I have planned some resources, but the thing is that I need to reduce that further. It is not that it has become 6 days out of nothing. So for this also I'm using the resources. He says, no, use some extra resources on this activity. So he says that you go to the F, G, and H, increase the man and machine and reduce their duration to 4 days. Okay, so please reduce them to 4 days each for FGH. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you do it individually. That's fine. That's fine. They're just not. They're not. We don't have large numbers.
Okay.
4 days, and 4 days again. Okay. Click on the OK. Okay. So now, do you see the benefit here?
Yes.
The benefit is that when I apply fast tracking and crashing technique, but who is helping us? We are being helped by this
Milestone.
Must finish on.
Yeah.
Milestone is not acting by itself. Milestone is being held on that particular spot. Must finish on, because the must finish is on is not moving. It is acting like a light.
It is the constraint. Yes.
Yeah, it is acting like a lighthouse. It is giving a point of reference, just like in earlier days, the ships would rely on the lighthouses in the night to navigate from port to port. Okay, now this constraint is telling the last activity how far you are from the finish date. So how far it is from the finish date? 3 days. So which gives a comfortable feeling that, okay, at least we have a plan in which we are trying to finish 3 days earlier. So that's a sort of a buffer for us. We might need it, we might not need it. But we have a plan which is real. You can't have a plan with a negative float. Okay, negative float is not a realistic planning, but a positive float is realistic. So is this clear?
Very clear.
So now I've explained to you 2 things. One is the must finish on, and another thing is that schedule compression. So schedule compression is helped by the must finish on. It works as a lighthouse. It works as a point of reference, which can tell you that whether you are finishing on time or whether you are exceeding the promised date, right?
Yes.
If you plan to finish a little bit earlier than the promised date, you might finish up to the promised date, which is not wrong. But finishing beyond the promised date is wrong because it can lead to bad business reputation, and it can lead to the penalties and no return of the client. So what we have done, so we have applied 2 compression techniques. So those 2 compression techniques, let me highlight once again. So on this one, on these 2, we applied fast tracking.
Yes.
Okay. So on these 2, we applied fast tracking. On these 3, we applied crashing. Okay. So is this clear? But
very clear.
We were also helped in doing this by this constraint must finish on. So here is the constraint.
Yes.
You see, the constraint says this task has, actually this is not a task, but this is the milestone. So this milestone, we can read it like this. This milestone must be achieved on 31st of August. Why? Just read the note. The finish date is mentioned in the contract and the installmented payment is due on this date. So if you are a businessman yourself, would you not like to get your payment on time? Tell me. You not only get your payment on time, but you also avoid penalty, because sometimes in certain contracts there would be penalty clause. You must have read that. Penalty clauses are there for delay. So you have to compensate for the delay. It is called liquidated damages. So you have to liquidate the damages by taking less payment or paying some sort of a fine, right? So is it clear? So must
Very clear.
constraint is very, very important. Okay. So
Yes.
before you write the activities, you can put the must finish on constraint. Then you ask your engineering team to fill in the activities. You know, so they won't get any wrong impression that they have lots of time to do the work in a
Do the work.
right. So is this clear?
Very clear.
Okay. So we have constraint of salary. So I want to do a lot of things in life. So that doesn't mean that I can do everything in life like Bill Gates. So I have my own constraint. So, so if Bill Gates wants, he can book a flight to space. So these days, Sir Richard Branson is doing that.
Yes.
So he is the Virgin Galactic. So he's going to start space tourism. But I can't go into space. I would love to go, but I can't go because I have my own earning constraints. So I have to take care of that. So similarly, when we work on a project, so there are resource constraint, there is date constraint, right? So date constraint is implemented by the activity constraint. Activity constraint, they help us create the right schedule. So schedule is born out of the calendar, then it is slowly and slowly fine-tuned by dependencies, constraints, and resources, increase or decrease of the resources, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to learn another constraint. Actually, it's not a constraint, but rather it is a helper sort of thing. So you write here as late as possible. As late as possible. Okay, now you write here closing process task. Below you write closing process task. Closing process task. And you put here a duration of 6 days into it and indent it. No, not in the parent, not in the parent.
Oh, okay.
So parent, you can leave as it is. You just come to the child and you put here 6 days after deleting all the stuff inside it and indent it. Yeah. Make it the child. Good. Now I'll explain to you. So you know from your Prince training that the project has got 5 phases in the life cycle. That is the initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and control, and last one is the closing, right?
Yes.
Last one is the closing process. Now what happens is that as I am winding up my project, so I was doing this project of making the shopping mall. So to wind up the project, I have to do something during the last 6 days. Now I want to position this activity during the last 6 days of the project. So to help this, Microsoft project has a very simple solution. So Microsoft project has a constraint as late as possible. I don't have to specify any date at all. So I just go into the information of the task, right click on this and select in information and click on the advanced. Okay. Now in the constraint type, you select as late as possible. Now click on the OK. You don't have to select any date.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will find the date, which is the latest. Now, what happens is that you see that this activity has positioned itself at the end of the project. And that is done automatically. Now, I'll tell you that what is the practical use. Knowing the constraint is not good until and unless you know that what is the practical utility. I'm teaching you everything here from the point of project management. Practical utility of everything. Okay. Now, suppose if you increase the duration of this activity to 8 days, so where do you expect to see a change in the start date or the finish date? Increase the duration to 10.
It will be, I expect to be in the finish date though.
No, okay. You increase it to 10 days and see which date changes, start or the finish.
Oh,
Because the finish date is being controlled by the project. It says finish
yeah.
as late as possible. So now I'll tell you that what is the practical utility of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and definitely you will use it day after tomorrow. You will need it. Okay, you will need it very much. You will find it very useful. So you right click here. And you click on the notes. Okay, I'll just tell you. You click on these bullet points. You know, this is a checklist. Checklist of what? The first thing. See, as I'm closing the project, so first thing that I would do, you write here the first activity as I'm writing the activity inside the notes, not on the WBS. You write here, clean up the project site. Clean up the project site. Okay, press enter. Restock unused construction materials. Restock unused construction material. Why? Because if I restock them, then the other project managers can find them in the computer inventory, right? Okay, next is that get QA certificate from client.
Get
Quality assurance.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, or a quality acceptable certificate from client. Now, after that, what do? Press enter. Release man and machine resources. Because once the quality is acceptable, I can release the man and machine. Release man and machine resources. Okay, press enter. Raise final invoice to client because the client has accepted the quality, right? Final invoice to client. Press enter. Now I can pay my subcontractors, make final payment to subcontractors. Because I'm going to hang on to them till the client gives the okay. Because there might be something due to the subcontractor, right? Okay, now
Yes.
press enter. Now press enter. You write here, remove temporary structures from site. Remove temporary structures from site because I've created a lot of temporary structures for storing the material and for people, and I've created certain toilets there, you know, from site. And finish landscaping right here. Finish landscaping so that the building looks good. The landscaping is done in the last. Okay, because otherwise the plants and stuff, they can get damaged.
Yes.
Okay, then press enter. No, press enter for the next line. You go into the notes. So still there are two more activities to go. Yeah, notes.
Sorry.
Correct. Yeah. No. So you press enter at the end of the text.
Yes. Enter.
Press enter. Yeah. Now you write here. After that, what would you do? Yeah, hand over maps and drawings to client so that the client can maintain the building. Right? Maps and drawings to client. Okay. Now next point. Provide building maintenance training to client staff. You know, there are a lot of utilities like generators, pumps, CCTV, lifts. So these are the utilities. So
cost to clients.
To client staff. So that they know how to, to the STAFF.
Oh, sorry.
Staff. Okay, press enter, you write etc, etc, anything else. Okay, so this is not limited to this. So it makes sense to be done in the last. Yes, because if you look at these activities carefully, these activities are not engineering activities. Some of these activities can be done out of the sequence.
Yep.
So let me tell you a very special tip. Do not create WBS for closing process activities because these are administrative activities. So you create a lump sum duration of 10 days and you place it on the end of the project and put a checklist. That's it. So what the guys will do, they will print out this checklist and they will try to finish whichever they can finish first. Whichever is handy to finish first. You don't need to create any sequence for them. You need to create just a list so that they do tick, 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 tick. I've done this, I've done this. So, they take a printout or, so what they are going to do, okay, this is done, 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 and this is done, then this is done. There is no particular sequence. Okay.
Yes.
Just kill the one that gets killed first. Right?
Yes.
This is the benefit of close process task. Okay, closing process task. And the constraint which is applied is as late as possible.
Yes.
Okay, is that fine?
So, yeah, it's clear. One question.
Yes.
Now, this as late as possible. So even if we increase the duration of the task, it doesn't push the date forward.
See, the date will be pushed forward along with the project. See, I'm going to increase the duration.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to increase the duration of the edge to 12 days. Just see that what happens.
Mm-hmm. Ah.
See, this will always, it will always flow parallel to the finish date of the project. But if you feel that you need less than 10 days, if you just go here and reduce the duration to 6, okay, fine. If you need less number of days, you can start later.
Okay.
If you need 10 days, then you have to start earlier because you can't change your finish date. Only you can change is your start date because it's synchronized with the finish of the project.
Yes.
So,
yes.
So what do? We plan it in the beginning and we control to insert activities. Okay, like that. We keep it at the bottom. And I can insert more tasks. Okay, here, insert more task. Like that. So, the serial number changes.
Yes.
More task. Okay. More task. I can continue to plan. And if I insert any activity which is taking, say 35 days, I write here 35 days. Do you see? It is instantly getting synchronized with the finish date of the project. Do you see that?
No, yeah.
You now make it to 40. You make this as 40. Okay, did you say that? When you make this 40, this pushes the finish date of the project
forward.
And this in turn updates the finish date of this.
Yes.
Because it is as late as possible. So what can be the late? There cannot be anything later than the finish date of the project. So that is, it keeps itself synchronized or aligned with the finish date of the project. Right?
Good.
So I teach only these 4 constraints because rest of the constraints, they are like sort of, watered down features of these 4 main constraints. Because if you start using with these 4 main constraints, if you remember them firmly, then you are in 95% control of the project. I mean, 95% constraint requirement is done. You don't need any more than them because there are a lot of fine constraints, this, that, but they have a very small little impact.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you start using these 4, the rest of the constraints, you would feel, no, I don't need them. So I'm fine without them. They are not offering me much control than these 4. Okay. But you will be able to understand them. If you understand these 4, so then you have control over the 95% of the schedule. Okay. And constraint is utilized on need basis. Constraint is used when you have limitation of resource. When you have, see, this is a must use. And in fact, it is not, I don't even consider this as a constraint. I consider this as a freedom. Okay. These 3 are constraint. This is a freedom to, place my activity on the last dates because I'm not stating any date really. So I don't even consider these as a constraint. Okay. And in fact, I'll show you one more freedom. Okay. Just do this thing. Go into the detail of this, this activity. Just right click on this one, activity.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, this one. Yeah, you right click on this. Okay, and select information and go to the advanced. Just look at the constraint type. What does it say?
As soon as possible.
Do you think it's a constraint? It's a freedom.
Hmm.
Because there is no date. You know what is
Yes.
the of this NA? NA means not applicable. Start as soon as possible. That's a freedom to you. If you don't have a predecessor, start with the start date of the project. If you have a predecessor, look at how he is controlling you. Right? As soon as possible. So this is the default constraint type. If you select any activity, you know, by default, you will find this constraint.
Yep.
And the opposite of this constraint is the finish as late as possible. And that also I consider as a freedom, because it is not asking me for any date. It says not applicable. See that what happens. So let me reduce the duration of this activity to 4 days. You will see that it is positioned on the end of the project, because that's a freedom. Okay.
That's fine.
So I write here closing process task X. So you want to do something during the last 4 days, you can write here. You write inside the note. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you give it a lump sum duration, because during the closing process, you are not doing any engineering task, right? So closing process is not the manufacturing or fabrication or development or construction. Closing process means that you are winding up the project. So if you're winding up the project, there will be lots of tasks which you can do as first kill basis. Come first, kill first. Right? Okay, that's it. Very simple. You just put it into the notes and distribute the note to your team members. So guys, if we have the last 4 days, last 6 days, you finish this, the activities. So here it is. So here is the kill list. Okay, you kill this task whenever you have the opportunity to kill them, but make sure that you are doing it within the 10 days. You must finish it with the project. Okay, that is the limit. You know, that is why it is also being shown in red color, because it is touching the finish. So it has no freedom to finish beyond the finish date of the project. So its slack is also 0. Do you see that the slack is 0 here?
Yes. Because
this is the activity which is touching the finish date. So you can't finish it beyond the finish
date. Yes.
So that is why the slack is 0. You can't finish it beyond the finish. Okay, you have to finish it by the finish date of the project. So that is why it is also a critical path. Right? Is that good?
Very good.
Okay, so I think you can, if you want to ask, you can ask me some quick questions. Then I think you will have to ready yourself. You need to change your clothes or something.
No, I'm okay. But it's perfect. I understand it very much.
Okay, fine.
Just after the training, probably tomorrow, I'll just start practicing on my own, watching the videos again, doing everything all over by myself.
Okay, fine. So now I'll just tell you that how I teach the people. So I'm stopping the recording at